kids, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly, so get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sent him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh are here. We're on the tiniest couches in the world.
Shows on the road, baby.
That's
Shows
right.
on the road.
We thought we were done doing shows on the road, but not anymore.
Nick's upstairs. He seemed real happy about this whole thing.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
It was the lack of communication. That's all. I asked what timeline
It
you were
literally
on.
just came together when Mark came over to my desk and said, if you guys want to just use the Comrex and go downstairs. And I said, well, I've got the Creighton equipment. I didn't have time to talk it over in a committee. I had to act because I also had to find the internet line. It's like hidden way back there.
Oh, wow.
Look at John.
That's a nice long cord you got, John.
Well, yeah. Thank you. So we didn't have time to
We're not
discuss
keeping
this.
secrets from you, Nick.
No.
I know it wasn't a secret thing. I just, wanted to know. Wanted to know what's going on.
And we're on the air. Everything's
are.
going great, right? I'd say it's going pretty
This
good.
board
I think
is
it's going great.
hot. I've never felt this board so hot before. It might explode.
Hopefully it doesn't melt down today.
It actually, the stuff is hot to the physical touch.
Yes.
Up there. It's
which is actually
pretty
dangerous
gross.
for this type of broadcast equipment.
Indeed.
It is not good for
Not
it. So
ideal.
at some point, if Nick starts, catching fire up there,
We'll have to go to YouTube only for the show today.
it'll be YouTube only. Well,
yeah.
until
We'll talk to our computers.
until we're cleared out of here because fire.
I'm going to look
Yeah.
like Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru.
Oh, nice. Good reference. Happer loves that reference.
I don't know what you're talking about
All right.
at all.
Uncle Owen,
But guess what? I am joining the stream.
Oh,
Which
it's
is
Connor
nice.
Happer.
Hey, guys.
There
Hello.
he is.
Hey, what's
Look
going
at
on,
this little
Happer?
couch.
This
You
is
want,
our-
you want one of these?
This
Would that
is our
help you?
basement.
No, I don't have to keep this.
All right.
I suppose I could
Yeah.
put it right here.
Yeah, but you don't have a cute
Here.
little kickstand. Oh, there
There you
you go.
Oh, nice.
There's Connor's
Sup?
kickstand.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's like Vegas all over it.
Yeah. What's up, guys? How was your weekends?
Not bad.
Fun.
Yeah.
It was
Did you get your gas mower?
I got my gas mow
Did you get your
in.
second gas mow in
Second.
because of all the rain?
Oh,
It
No,
wouldn't be
no,
so bad
no,
if it
no.
wasn't
I got
for the
my. I mean, it probably could have used to because
we are inching toward
thick and lush.
uncharted territory in terms of amount of mows that are necessary.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're getting.
What did
We're
it
getting
rain
up
yesterday? 2 times, like 2 large rains yesterday. You had the morning
Yeah.
one, and then you had the evening
2 hot
one.
coffees.
Indeed,
Exactly.
2 hot rains.
Too hot coffees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got sunburned at a wedding ceremony that I told John that I
Oh,
was going to
boy.
on Saturday. Oh yeah.
Who got married?
My friend Track.
Oh.
Congratulations,
His name's
Track.
Track?
His name's Jack, but we call him Track.
Does Josh run on him?
Nice. Good one, Nick.
I mean, we call him Track because he ran track,
Hmm.
and we just called him Track.
Creative
Wow,
nickname.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to start calling you baseball.
It's stuck though. It's
Good
stuck.
idea.
But my name's not like Tasteball.
That's true.
So it's not. It wouldn't be appropriate
Fair.
to call me that.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. Tasteball.
My name should be Tasteball. though.
Hit up your parents and ask if they can rename you Tasteball Happer.
You can just do that. You don't have to ask your parents to.
I guess that's true. You are in your 30s now. You're allowed to change
I
your
could
name
change my name
to Tasteball.
Tasteball.
All of Connor's friends have nicknames that start with T.
Yeah, and so I'm Tasteball.
His tallest
And
friend
then they
is
get
known
renamed
as
sports.
Tasketball.
Yeah, Tasketball, Tootball.
Tootball.
Tootball. I believe that's what they called women back in the 50s. We're not allowed to call them that anymore.
How's Tickleball doing, Happer?
Yeah.
Oh, Tickleball. That's what we call Ravi.
Yep,
Please
that's
mute
right.
that there.
Exactly.
Then, of course, there's the always boring tennis.
Maybe it's just tennis.
Yeah.
It's just tennis.
Yeah.
Swimming.
I
You
hate
call
that
it
guy.
tennis. You call him Dennis, actually. You know,
Dennis the
it's,
tennis?
It's the opposite.
Does
Yeah, yeah.
track and trunning, do they have a rivalry?
It's just one guy. We lopped him into
Oh,
track.
so Josh isn't even trunning?
No, there's no room
Oof.
for him.
Sorry, Josh.
No room for
It's okay.
Josh.
Well, that's good. Nice to have a fun wedding weekend.
That was a great
You
time.
get plastered.
No.
I saw a photo that was posted, and you had a
Really?
beer bottle in your hand.
Well, I had some beers.
Yeah.
I had
Did we
some
see?
beers.
Did Vegas Happer make an appearance? I respect that. White Castle
Yeah.
Happer.
Were you that ripped?
I don't think. Well, I didn't have any interaction with little annoying children
Cody.
who
Damn
were
it,
taking
Cody.
up the toilet.
Little
the entire time.
annoying children.
John, you should have seen this guy. He was pooping his brains out. Happer had to go to the bathroom.
He was in the bathroom at White Castle forever.
Mhm.
Yeah. And Happer
His
really
mom
had-
was even mad at him.
Yeah.
It's like,
she was
Cody, get out of there.
Cody, what are you doing in there?
Talking about her
Never
son's
know what you're
bowel
You would think
doing.
at
movements in
White
a restaurant.
Castle that the bathrooms would be larger than the kitchens
There's only one
because
spot.
you need them more.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
there was only one spot. You couldn't even go.
And you
like,
needed a
Wow.
you
code,
needed
right?
a code. You had to go up to the desk to ask the
That's-
people for the code to get
You
into
had
the
to
bathroom.
prove, John, that you bought
And
something.
they're like,
Which-
it's on the receipt.
So Nick
That's
bought
awful.
something,
Pretty
and then he was,
understandable.
and then Happer, yeah.
I
Because
did-
it's Vegas.
I did respect that.
Yeah,
It
you
was-
did.
it
That was the
Vegas.
one thing you respected.
Yeah,
I gave
respected the
Happer my
code.
bathroom receipt.
The funniest part was when, so it was I guess, was it the manager the first time that they saw you with the alcohol, or was it the woman who was putting in the orders? Because there were two instances of them seeing you. I think the manager noticed it first. And he was like, "We have to stop all service. There's alcohol." Do you not? Oh, you obviously don't remember this.
Wait.
So
They stopped White
so that's
Castle.
what they said. They said, "We are done. We have to stop serving until that man gets it out." That's when you started your whole, I respect that. So you turned around and then you just chugged it. And that's
Nice.
when the woman who was putting in the order, she saw you and she was like, he's still in here. And you were like, I'll go throw it away. I respect that. And you started walking, and then that's when you
I dropped it. I
Clank,
remember
clank,
dropping
clank,
it.
clank,
I
clank,
remember
clank, clank.
dropping it.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know it was illegal to have it in there.
Yeah, that's why you got in trouble.
I do
Mhm.
respect that, though.
Yeah, they were going to stop White Castle.
Jeez,
Yeah,
I didn't. I wouldn't
because
have wanted
of
that to
Happer.
happen. I didn't realize it caused that much of a scene. Jeez.
Yeah. Oh, it was a scene, man.
White
yes.
Castle Happer.
Yep, indeed.
Now I'm embarrassed.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's all right. You survived, and that's all that matters.
I did survive.
And now you can say you've done a crossover down in our
it's
basement.
still a little warm down here.
It is.
It's better than upstairs, though.
It is.
It definitely is better than upstairs. I can confirm that. Maybe I still have the residual sweat from upstairs.
Probably.
Definitely.
No, but you're right. It's for a basement, or well, it's not technically a basement because we're on street level.
I guess
What if
that
this
is true.
happened? What if this happened in July? We'd be dead.
Oh my gosh! What if it happened during the College World Series?
That'd be fine because we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, the poor producer would.
Well,
Indeed.
but if it happens in July, I guarantee all the equipment is going up in flames.
Oh yeah. I
Oh,
mean, I think we're
100%.
probably on the edge of that today.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
getting pretty close.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, maybe we'll finally get the new board then.
Yeah. Fortunately, we
Well,
do have
you
a
got-
backup
you got-
option.
Problem is, you got to get all the smoke inhalation out.
Yeah.
And
That's true.
When the AC did appear to start to work again upstairs, as I believe it is now,
Smelled like
it
cigarettes.
started to smell like cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
The air that came out of there just smelled like a
Oh,
person
so-
was inside of there smelling like
so
cigarettes.
we had somebody smoking Marlboros up on our roof, just dropping their butts inside of our air conditioning system.
That's what it felt like.
What a
Stibbs is
jerk
back.
move!
Yeah. Yeah, it's Stibbs.
What
He's-
a
he's-
jerk
he's been-
move!
We come to find out he's been living in our AC unit this entire time.
He
And I
wasn't
thought he was
dead.
dead.
Wow. Come on, Stiff.
He was alive smoking cigs in our AC ducts.
Yeah, who knew?
Man,
Who knew?
Incredible.
Happer, I want you to lay out your theory to John. I think that this is
Oh.
a fun topic for the crossover.
Topic
People say we
alert.
don't talk enough sports in the crossover.
is this a sports theory?
It's
Yes.
a sports theory,
Yeah.
John. It's a Nebraska sports theory.
Topic alert.
Yeah,
All right.
Topic
let's
alert.
hit it. Let's hear it.
So I came to find out that every Nebraska road game that is in conference this year, that is not Iowa, is that team's homecoming game.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
so that's where it starts. It's true.
I'm
think it's-
I'm opening up the
I believe
schedule right
it's-
now to confirm this. So
I
real
believe it's
quick,
Purdue, Indiana,
Ohio State,
Ohio State, and
and
USC.
USC. Let me open this up real fast.
USC is having their homecoming that late.
Apparently,
Homecomings usually happen. in
I
October.
cross-checked this. It's true.
You cross-checked it on the.
I
did you do it on the
cross-checked it on
school
the
website.
I cross-checked it on the school's websites.
Okay.
The only one where it didn't actually denote whether it was a homecoming game or not was Purdue.
Okay.
But we're just going to go along with the theory on this one. Just stick
Okay.
with me.
All right. So that's part
All
one
right.
of the theory.
That's part one.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
And so part two is you have to go along with the assumption that the
Real quick,
Go for
I
it.
do know what Purdue's homecoming is. What is the date of the Purdue game?
It's the 28th.
Of
September. Yeah, it's homecoming.
It's homecoming.
Yeah.
Bang. All right.
Because
so theory
The
holds up.
PurdueForLife.org says homecoming is September 27th, 28th, 2024.
Yeah, I'm going to all of because the Wikipedia page for
Indiana
the schedule,
actually says it on the schedule.
Yeah, so does Purdue now, by the way. The Purdue schedule, it has it denoted homecoming. Indiana.
Okay. All right, so we are now the homecoming bitch.
That's right. That's right. Nebraska has fallen so low that everybody. So, but that's not the theory. That's not the theory. Stick with me.
Meanwhile, though, there are
more.
people in Manhattan, Kansas, who are laughing at us right now because they used to be everyone's homecoming.
That's true. There's people in a lot of places in the Big 12 North that are laughing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's part one of the theory.
Okay.
Part two, I am under the assumption that the Big Ten Conference is not necessarily in the business of moving homecoming games to Fridays, that they'd be happy to keep those games on Saturdays for the school's homecoming affairs.
I would think that the schools, if the Big Ten went around and said, okay, we're doing these Friday games, we got to have your dates.
That you can't do.
Right.
Like when I say
that
I
their
can't do
homecoming games,
like
would
when
be
I'll
one
tell
of
the boss I can't do Black Friday bigger overreaction because I'll be out of the state. Then I suddenly can't do it anymore.
So those schools, those four
are out
would then be taken off the table.
Off the table.
Those are all Nebraska's road games in the conference.
Yeah, those four plus Iowa.
Those four plus Iowa, which is already on Black Friday.
So
that would lead you to the suspicion that if Nebraska was going to play a Friday home game this year, it would be at home. It would be in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Oh, boy.
Then I was doing some more looking around.
Do some more research.
What other games, what game could this possibly be if we are believing that Nebraska is going to get a Friday home game this year?
And it will be a conference home game,
It'll be a conference home game because that's what the Big Ten does.
Yeah.
Which games could this be?
So they have home games against.
Go for it. Tell people. You got the schedule.
Well, okay. The Rutgers is Nebraska's homecoming.
So Rutgers will not be the Rutgers. So the other
Illinois,
UCLA, and Wisconsin.
Okay.
Those are the three other home games that are not the non-conference games and that are not the homecoming game versus Rutgers.
But the Wisconsin game
is the Creighton, Nebraska weekend.
Right.
Not Friday night, which is Creighton, Nebraska.
And they moved the basketball to Friday.
That's right. So that's going to stay Saturday. Okay. Kick them out. And it's probably too late in the season anyway.
Okay.
So I think you're really, if you're following along with the crackpot theory, you're really down to two. You're down to Illinois and UCLA.
Yep.
Then I took it a step further, guys.
Oh, boy. This is going layers.
This was actually my favorite part of the whole. Well, my favorite part of the whole theory is finding out the homecoming thing.
Layers.
So what I did then was I cross-checked the Big Ten schedule for the week of the UCLA game.
Real quick, did you do it for the Illinois game or just the UCLA game?
I just did it for the UCLA game.
I will go look the weekend of the Illinois
Okay,
game.
that's September 21st, John, and I will do the UCLA one.
What I found the weekend of the UCLA game, Nebraska-UCLA, is that there are 4 other games that weekend that are of note in the conference.
Yes. So
Josh, would you like to tell people what those games are?
These games are of note. Wisconsin at Iowa.
Note. It is of note.
It is of note. Oregon at Michigan.
Of note, certainly, and feels almost destined for big noon.
Yeah. Well, or is Ohio State at Penn State destined for big noon?
That feels like nighttime.
You think so?
Whiteout, nighttime.
Also, USC at Washington. That was the other one at note, right? Okay, and then obviously UCLA at Nebraska. Wow, that kind of covers the gamut of time slots all throughout a Saturday morning, afternoon, and evening.
So it feels like one of those
will have to get moved to Friday.
Heads over to Friday night.
Or it just ends up in a BTN 11. Now, for Saturday,
but there's
September,
5 because there's 2 more spots. There's a Friday night and there's a BTN game.
For Saturday, September 21st.
What are the Big Ten games?
UCLA is at LSU, so that will be an ESPN broadcast.
Oh, that's fun.
That'll be ESPN. Indiana is hosting Charlotte.
Cool.
Iowa is at Minnesota. It's the Floyd of Rosedale
Minnesota.
game. Oh,
that's 11 a.m.
Here's your Friday night special. Great basketball matchup. Villanova at Maryland.
Oh, man. Wow. That'll be big for the net rankings.
Michigan at Boston College. So, again, that'll be on ESPN.
Boston College.
Northwestern at Washington.
Wow, that's so weird.
Marshall at Ohio State, Kent State at Penn State, the Rutgers at Virginia Tech. So take that off the board. USC, Michigan. We already know where that's going.
Is that a night? Is that NBC nighttime?
No, that's CBS 2:30.
CBS 2:30.
Okay.
And Purdue at Oregon State. So that'll be.
What was the other one of intrigue that you said? It was
well, I mean, Iowa, Minnesota.
Or Northwestern Washington could be a nighttime.
Yeah.
That could be nighttime fun.
For sure. Northwestern plus Washington equals nighttime fun.
I would look at it this way. I think the theory of the other week, the UCLA week, holds
kind of holds up,
more
doesn't it?
water.
Now, John, you have long
I'm
said
just crazy guy.
you're
though.
just crazy. You've long said you don't think Nebraska would ever play a home Friday night game.
I didn't think they would, because it would require many things.
Yeah, what would it require?
You would have to cancel classes
for a parking situation.
because you've got to clear everybody out. So classes have to be canceled. You can say, well, you can do that, fine, for whatever.
Yeah.
So you're canceling classes.
Yeah.
The downtown merchants
would be triggered.
Would be very triggered because you're losing
millions.
You're losing potential hotel dates because
all day
folks will only come in day of game.
You're losing the all day situation.
Right. Now, on the flip side, you could make the argument, well, but won't those folks take they'll stay Friday night. So instead of
I mean, your hotels are going to be full no matter what. I think what you're really losing is the business that would take place on a regular Saturday leading up to a night Saturday.
And certainly the night before, right? Because a lot of people will come in town on a Friday night and they'll go out and then they'll have all day Saturday.
The other problem is, I mean, again, the logistics are that it's a work day. So people that are normally working downtown, there's a lot of lots that do depend on traffic for game days because they're not typically open. But it'll be a work day, so they'll be open. And you might say, well, they can get, and they might be able to get past all of that. But typically the pushback has been from the business community, and the university hasn't been keen on it because, all of the logistics of, hey, we're going to have to cancel classes, right? So I'm not saying it's not impossible. They've done it before, but they have been very hesitant to do that for all of those different things.
Is this something Mr. Yogurt would allow?
That's the question.
New guy?
Who gets their way and who doesn't in this newfangled mega conference that we are in? Or does nobody get their way anymore? Does Ohio State and Michigan get the big middle finger as well?
Correct. Does everybody now have to play Friday home games?
There
are
a lot
too many
more
teams
inventory.
in conference.
Yeah.
You have to do it. You have to deal with it.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to think if you're being asked to do this, that there might be incentive for you to do this. Like you get a little extra kick in the TV kitty for moving a game to Friday. I would think. Because again, I mean, Nebraska's concerns are no different. I'm sure Michigan's got concerns and Ohio State's got concern. Everyone's got concerns because most everybody plays on campus, right? About the only school, there's two schools that have never had a problem playing on Friday night, and that was or a weeknight, Minnesota and Michigan State.
Yep.
Because
Michigan State always opens their season with a Friday game,
right?
And Minnesota has long opened their season on a Thursday,
exactly,
including this year,
right?
Maryland doesn't seem to. Really
but obviously,
care.
you're not gonna build a Friday night schedule around those two schools.
Correct.
So you got to have a lot more to it. The other, I think, because Fox has Big 10 and Big 12 and Mountain West, right? Those are their contracts.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So not every Friday game is going to be a Big 10.
Correct.
True. Right. But Connor,
when you have enough Big 10 games.
Correct. I would say though, your theory is very plausible, and the likelihood of it happening, I would think, is greater than. The other drawback is, well, it's November and it's going to be a night game.
It'll be November 1st.
Nebraska's never cared about November night games from a negative capacity.
Also, it'll be November.
But the Big 10 now does Big 10 night games in November. Nebraska at Wisconsin last year at night games.
Sure.
They have moved on from not some schools. What did Michigan State do last year? They played in remember they played it at Detroit Stadium because they're a bunch
Penn
of
State.
babies.
Yeah, they didn't want to play outside at nighttime.
So stupid. So
dangerous.
this is a fascinating theory. because we have been talking about it for weeks, and I feel like every week one of us asks one of our various writers, hey, when do you think we're going to learn the schedule? We're very much within that window of learning the schedules. I was talking about it with somebody today. This person
we'll know this, whatever, if this ends up being
at
true.
the end of the month.
We'll know it in 2 weeks.
So one of the parts, though, of this that I think is fascinating is the homecoming game thing, and this is now just a broader statement. When we get the schedule, whenever this happens, we're going to know almost all of Nebraska's kickoff times because they always do the first 3 games. They do any weeknight stuff, so we'll know about Black Friday. But they announce homecoming windows. They never give us but they give us it'll be at 2 or 2:30.
Well,
but
judging
we learn a lot of stuff.
Judging on what Nebraska's homecoming games have been, this is just anecdotally. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. It feels like Nebraska's homecoming game is always a night game to me. Just in my memory, it feels like it's usually.
I think last year was actually afternoon. I think the Northwestern game was homecoming last year.
I can recall these Illinois games that have just been
You're not wrong. I don't think you're wrong.
I shouldn't say always.
Some of them certainly have been. Some of them certainly have.
So maybe Nebraska will just, plus the NBC deal, maybe they're just going to be a lot more night games this year, which I'm fine with.
I love it. By the way, noted Wisconsin fan Kyle writes, hotels are 2-night minimums for game weekends in the 3 college towns I've stayed in, Lincoln, Iowa City, and Madison. The impact on business might be positive. In fact, Friday night more going out than Sunday, I'd imagine.
I think it would even itself out. I've never understood the huge, pushback against the Friday night home games personally.
A lot of it's mostly for the logistics of and
just getting enough people to work.
Well, yeah, I guess again,
and the canceling of the classes,
because you're going to have to cancel classes. It requires.
Oops, nobody goes to class on Friday anyway.
Yeah, it's just what is different about it here versus other places is just it's not a thing, right? So Minnesota's used to it, so they've done it many times over, and it's a pro town, so it's a lot easier from that perspective. Yeah. John, you can help us out. 2001, Nebraska's game right after 9/11 got delayed to a Thursday. Mm-hmm. Was it the same logistics in terms of they had to cancel classes all day on that?
As I recall, Thursday. It was, and obviously that
was a different
that was a more of an emergency situation, so they handled it. And with something like this that would be announced, obviously you would have 2 or 3 months of forewarning of, hey, this is going to happen on this day.
My question is, do Ohio State and Michigan have real logistical excuses as to why they're not doing it, or I
can't imagine why theirs are any different than Nebraska.
Nebraska would skew closer to, in my mind, of we just don't want to do it. We just rather not.
Correct. And that's what Michigan is.
Do Ohio State and Michigan have real life excuses to not do it?
I don't think so.
I honestly don't know what it would be.
I think it's very similar to that. Because remember, Michigan.
I remember reading something somewhere along the line about Ohio State and their proximity to the hospitals over there, and how it's it just doesn't work, or something logistical that way.
Michigan, until 2011, they had never played a night game at home. That was not a thing. So they're kind of like the Cubs in a way, where the majority of their history,
don't want to do it.
They don't want to do it. I knew Michigan fans who hated the idea of home night games, and it's wow, that's wild, because in Lincoln, obviously, or in SEC country, people adore home night games, and it's something they want. So
is Penn State in the Friday hater group as well?
I believe so. They will play road games just like Nebraska will. And for the record, Ohio State has too. Michigan is the only team, I think, in that collective who has not played a Friday night road game. But Ohio State Friday night.
They don't play on Friday.
Yeah.
Ohio State, Penn State haven't played one at home.
And I believe Penn State's issue is the traffic in and out of, because I've driven to Happy Valley, and it is all day. It is. It's a 2-lane highway. You know, it's one way in and one way out.
So the thought is you need all day.
You need a Saturday.
Just sift through.
Yeah, because it's pretty wild up there. Pretty well.
Yeah, I'm just doing a Google search, and I'm not seeing anything.
I can't remember where I saw that or heard that, but
have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I have not. I can't think about when I've seen or heard.
Let's. All right. Here's a story from Buckeyes Now, one of those SI.com fan sites.
Nice,
perfect.
Aggregators. According to one spokesperson for the Buckeyes, Ohio State is not interested in hosting games in future Big Ten schedule on Friday nights.
But why?
Or a current Ohio State spokesperson recently told blah, 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 that the program is far from excited to potentially have games on Friday due to the logistics of student-athlete schedules and the impact on recruiting. Quote, They do present challenges, namely significant all-day traffic concerns on a Friday with classes in session and our stadium on campus, and the fact we don't want to go head-to-head with the rich tradition of Ohio State.
Nice.
So it sounds
a lot
like,
of stuff they can hide behind.
Now, so a lot of this is, they just don't want to do it because
I don't know what this is, but keep in mind, both Ohio State and Nebraska both have new leadership.
Yes, they do.
In the athletic department chair
as
well.
Yeah.
So I think that was one of those things where, I mean, Trev probably held it pretty close because it was an understood thing, and he had gained some power. Like, he was there before Tony Petitti, right? And so he could say, hey, look, this is one thing that's really important to
But then
us.
you add in 4 new teams. And in fairness to Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, and I guess Nebraska to a lesser extent, those are the biggest stadiums in the league, right? I guess throw in the Wisconsin Badgers, too, because I believe they're north of 80,000. But the Big House is over 100. The Horseshoe is over 100. Penn State is over 100. So, like, I
don't think Wisconsin's 80.
I think Wisconsin's right around 80.
Jeez.
Or upper 70s.
It doesn't look like it when you go in there.
Yeah, so like I will
honestly, neither does Memorial.
Yeah, that's true. I will Camp Randall 80,321. So I will give them grace in not wanting to do it. And like I think the logistics challenge, I mean, it is real, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. Like that's the thing. It's real, but everyone has to deal with it.
We are beholden to our TV gods. Thank you, television, for giving us all of our dreams.
I am not morally opposed to it. I don't want it to be a regular thing.
Sure.
It's like what, once every
5 years.
I actually think Nebraska would embrace it quite a bit and put all their energy.
I think it'd be pretty cool.
If you chose to say it like, hey, we're embracing this. This is going to be cool. We're taking the day off of classes. If they threw all their energy behind embracing it, I think Nebraska fans would embrace it quite a bit.
Yeah.
It is the first round. That UCLA game is the first round of the high school state football playoffs as well.
Good to know. I have always thought
there's going to be a lot of complaining on that. I guarantee.
I have always thought Nebraska should do some of those early season non-Saturday games. I think that it's fun and unique. I remember a few years ago, there was this schedule that everyone was excited about for years because we realized, whoa, that opening Saturday is awesome. And Nebraska, it was 2016. Nebraska played Fresno State. Yeah. And I tried to start a campaign. I wasn't like having people sign things, but move Nebraska to a Thursday. Open the season on a Thursday night. How fun would that be?
Make Nebraska Thursday.
It obviously gained no traction. They did not move to Thursday. Nobody cared.
Real grassroots, though.
Yeah, I was in my 20s. Nobody listens to you when you're in your 20s. But so I've always liked the idea of that. But yeah, certainly if they're doing it every year or more than once a year outside of the Black Friday, I don't think
once every 3.
But
you know, like if they rotated everybody in the Big Ten, you'd each have one every 3 years or 4 years, make it spread even across the conference.
Yeah.
I got no problem with that.
Yeah. Kevin writes, high school football. That is my big problem with it. What did Josh say on your show earlier? All of the pretend high school football fans are now going to come to support of high school football.
It's bigger things in the communities that aren't Omaha. I mean, obviously it's a big thing in Omaha, but you're talking about the first round.
The idea of shutting down a town. Yeah. Like we don't do that here.
No.
Everybody go. We're following West Side.
Also, the first round matchups in Class A are less than appealing, I think,
most of them are, terribly ugly blowouts.
Doo-doo.
Doo-doo.
Yeah.
I mean, now, especially for folks in greater Nebraska, or as Josh calls it, Western Nebraska.
Greater Nebraska.
This is probably more of a stressor on them because
that's what I'm saying.
It's a community event for them, right?
Yeah.
When they get to host a playoff game.
And if you're playing a Friday game, that means you have to leave. You're going to have to leave work early or take the entire day off.
Yeah.
But if you have enough notice, if you have enough time, maybe there's some. My idea originally, when the Friday night home games were really starting, when the Friday night games first initially kind of came into view for the league, and I was under the impression that Nebraska was going to get a Friday home game at some point. I said, why don't you take advantage by putting the home game at Nebraska on Friday night and then high school football jamboree Saturday at Memorial Stadium?
It's a great idea.
You get a school from each class and you play it throughout the day. Now, obviously, it's impossible if we're talking about
playoffs. Yeah, if it was the earlier game, if it was the Illinois game, though.
I think that would earn a lot of great pub with the high school football community.
Yeah, as long as you can, obviously you get people to agree to it.
Yeah, you got to get exemptions and stuff like that and all that stuff. But that was the idea that I had back then, but you can't do it for a playoff weekend.
By the way, a couple things. I just got a message from somebody, and I had just seen this tweet. Joel Klatt did a podcast with that Mike Mulvihill guy from Fox Sports.
The TV guy.
Yeah, he said apparently Klatt did a segment with the Big Ten TV guy, and they talked about their schedule and mentioned Friday games may be out this week.
Hello.
So that could be something to keep.
Yeah, my
Hello.
question will be: are how many weeks are they doing it every week? When's it start?
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Because
I
I
mean,
know
so much
because I know
inventory.
they're farming off SmackDown, so they won't have that to.
Well,
worry
wouldn't
about.
you rather, if you were Fox, wouldn't you rather have, or it'd be FS1 probably, right? On Friday night?
No,
Or
Fox
it's
is
Big
doing
Fox.
Big Fox because
Yeah.
they're getting rid of Friday Night SmackDown,
Oh, that's right.
and they've expanded it. They're going to do Friday Night College
I mean, that's a
basketball after
way
that,
more.
and the UFL.
That's a way more appealing property than Friday night on FS1. You know, so you want to
Oh,
put
yeah.
a good game. You want to put a game there that represents, like, hey, we
And
care
Nebraska
about this.
UCLA.
That's a big game.
Now, I mean, they won't. I mean, however the draft is working, I think why your theory makes the most sense. You're not going to get great games every Friday night.
Correct.
Right.
But this is an opportunity because of the loaded schedule that weekend
Huge.
to get two big names.
You get brands, yeah.
Right.
Whereas most weeks they just want one, right? You want
Yeah.
Ohio State, Michigan,
My
Penn State,
brand.
USC. Like, if you can get one of the Oregon, if you can get one of those, you're like, sweet, this is great. This is,
What I would like to know is what
Couple
what are they insisting upon? I mean, is the big are they going to insist? Is Fox going to insist? Hey, we've got to have X number of Big Ten games versus X number of Big 12 games. Because obviously there'd be a lot of schools in the Mountain West would be like, hey, we'll do this. It's free pub for us. But they don't want Mountain West games on every night of the week.
But that
or
would
every
be
Friday night.
That would be one of the weeks where it would definitely be Big Ten. No matter how many Big Ten Fridays there were.
yeah, there's so
that'd
many
be
good
one of the
games. It's an
weeks.
easy one where you can
Yeah.
just slide off one of
Like
those
if there was 6 Big Ten Fridays, that'd be one of them.
Now, Mike asked the question that I also was wondering about earlier. Unsportsmanlike conduct in the North Bottoms on a one beer Friday. Yeah, what's the Grum doing? What's the Grum
baby.
doing? If they're
Ooh.
hosting a Friday night game, I mean, we already did the Friday thing last year, but for a home game, I mean, that's pretty special, pretty different.
You could go to your favorite local high school football field.
Oh, nice, and stream it on your phone for everybody to see. That'd
Great idea.
That'd be perfect.
We'll do it at Seacrest Field.
Ode to Seacrest. Thank you, Seacrest.
Mhm.
In the
That's
swamp
assuming
of Seacrest.
that's assuming there's a Lincoln team hosting a playoff game. You know, Lincoln football hasn't been the best the last few years.
Yeah, they haven't had much of those. hosting
Maybe we'll do
playoff
it from
games.
Aldrich Field and do it from a Pius game or something.
Oh, great. The 70th and A Amigos, like Jack always says.
There you
right?
go.
By the way, Tony writes the WWE Fox deal ends at the end of September.
So they go back to WWE in October?
Yeah, but I think they have I think they farmed off some of those games in September, or farmed off some of those shows in September, I think.
Chris wants to know, John, was there any negative feedback from the fan, staff, faculty, or anyone else when the Rice game in 01 was moved to a Thursday night?
No, because it was
9/11.
I mean, it was
Yeah,
9/11.
What are you going to do?
Nobody could
They
be
had
mad.
to reschedule that game. I mean, or this was back
after Osama.
This was back during a time where, they moved heaven and earth to reschedule games. Now, with
Yes.
after going through COVID, we're just not going to play.
That's another big part of this puzzle because, like, we just move games willy-nilly now.
Yeah.
Just on, like, 2 months ahead of
Yeah.
time. As long as you get a couple months of notice and you get the logistics together, you could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That literally was a 2-week run up,
Yes.
and it was just like, what are we going to do? And so they did it. So, yeah, there wasn't a lot of, I'm sure there was some grumbling, but given the state of what we were in at that time,
Yeah.
it was
I mean,
all
really, you could
understood.
come off like quite a jackass if you're like, this is unfair.
Producer Josh says USA will take the WWE from September to December
Yes.
on Friday.
Yeah,
nights.
so Fox is starting with Friday nights in September.
Friday night, a great night for football.
Many
Wow, that
say.
song will have an extra bit of meaning if Nebraska is playing at home.
For the record, I'm all in. Like, I'm for it. I think
because it's your idea. You've done sleuthing.
No,
You've looked
but,
at
like,
homecoming schedules.
I've always enjoyed the idea of a Friday night Nebraska game. I think night games in Nebraska are awesome. Like, as a one-off, once every few years, I'm totally good with it, and I like it. I prefer it.
And the content, people being mad about it, that's fun too.
No, I don't think people should be mad about it.
But they
That's
will
what
be.
I'm saying. Why?
They will be.
Why?
Well, they will be, just because it's going to mess up schedules and routines and the
High school football,
thing.
Happer. They love high
It
school
will.
football.
They
And,
love
and,
high
and
school football.
I'll hear those concerns. I will, because,
Then you have to make a decision then. Fine, make a decision. It's a hard decision. We're met with hard decisions in our lives every single day, Josh.
Should I turn left or turn right?
Exactly. What am I supposed to do?
now the other
which
unfortunate
game,
thing is
which channel should this
Friday's messing up everything, because Black Friday, Chiefs fans are going to be up in arms.
You got to make a decision.
What are they going to do?
You gotta
Gonna
make a
go to the
decision.
Chiefs game? Going to go to the Hawkeye game? What are we going to do?
Decisions are hard.
Go
You gotta
Hawks.
Make it. Eventually, you're gonna have to make.
That's
one.
life. Life is about decisions.
That's what all the people.
I love it too
say.
because then you get the whole Saturday to watch games, and there's all those
Sure.
good Big Ten games.
Oh, so Nebraska
Oh,
doesn't play a game? Is that what you're saying?
By the way, the one final
Hater.
part of the theory
yes,
was that UCLA has a bye the week before.
solid. Just Nebraska. What's
So if Nebraska does not, Nebraska's coming off playing Ohio State.
Oh,
Never mind. I hate this theory.
Oh, that's gonna make some. That'll be another reason. And
Yeah.
remember what Troy Dannon said when we said we can't tear down that South Stadium. It's about winning. If it doesn't help us win,
That's okay.
And
that is the one part of theory
that's going to come back
yeah,
to
yeah.
not bite him, but every time they do anything, we're going to ask that.
but
Is
does
what
it
about
help
winning?
you win?
yeah, what about winning?
Does it help you win?
It's windy.
It's too.
We want to do winning.
That is the one part of the theory that failed to hold up at the end of it. Nebraska playing Ohio State 6 days prior.
But the other,
was
well,
not-
then I would just add on top of it, the league made them, and there you go. You move forward.
Yeah,
with it.
that's your story.
Interesting.
You know what? Warren Sharp will do a very long article about rest disadvantage.
There you go.
Thank you, Warren.
Yeah.
You haven't read that yet. That's
Uncle Warren.
It's a very.
I
long
open it
article.
up.
Oh, is it out already?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Thank God.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Warren.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in there.
Okay.
Well, it's a good theory. I mean,
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think you might be onto something.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll find out within a week.
That is, I would love if we found out this week. I'm itching. I'm itching for TV time.
Give Josh TV time.
Yeah.
You are a weirdo.
No, I am not.
Yes,
You're the
you
same
are.
way. You
Yeah.
love this
No,
crap.
you're a weirdo.
John always pretends to be above this, but then he's the same one who's planning out segments, talking about TV time. He talks about ratings every 5 seconds. But
Well, those
I'm
are
the
important.
weird. But
Those are important.
So our kickoff times, John, our listeners got a plan. They got a plan for the fall.
I think
Gosh.
every week should be a 6-day window.
I think
Ugh.
you're the only person planning this far ahead.
No, I am
yeah,
not.
that is true.
His name
You
is
do
Jack
love to
Mitchell,
plan.
and
That is
he's
true.
joining us in like 20 minutes.
You love to plan things, though.
So does Jack.
It goes with the countdown.
Jack
This
and
is
I are.
basically a
Yeah.
I'm
plan-
interested in TV times.
planning
I'm not
is the
gonna
same
lie.
as countdown.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jack and I are
I just wish
handshake me.
I wish they would come out, later when, because we got enough stuff going on, but we need stuff in July.
July, we got magazines and
No,
Lists.
we do not have magazines, and
Magazines
we
are
do not do
canceled now.
lists.
we could download your
It's just a
magazine.
PDF.
I would
file.
much rather talk kickoff times than worthless college.
You don't want to sit at the
football
College
lists.
World Series? Well, you wouldn't be there anyway. But
No, I
you
wouldn't.
sit at the College World Series and you open up your Phil Steele and you say, I wonder what that says. That word's so
That
small.
tiny baby
It's tiny.
word.
Yeah,
It's
it's
so
a tradition
tiny.
unlike any other.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
I appreciate that.
All right, well, there it is. The first ever. Man, people are going to be asking us to do more crossovers from the basement.
Yeah, that
it
was
was
a good
so
one.
sports centered.
Yeah, that was really
We
epic.
apologize to those of you who wanted us to talk about.
I wanted
know,
sock talk.
Look at
Socks.
emo Nick over here.
I wanted
you didn't
sock
give me any
talk.
heads up on the basement. You talked sports.
What does Nick want to talk about with socks? What's going on with socks?
Oh, it's a joke from last week's crossover. We were talking about socks and people were mad. They wanted more sports, less socks.
I don't even remember. Oh,
don't you
yeah.
remember
the short
that?
socks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. See, I don't remember anything.
Well, to those of you who appreciate that we only talk sports, you're welcome.
Yep, that was a great segment.
Very
You're welcome. Now, we probably also triggered those same people because I bet the Venn diagram of people triggered by Friday night home football and people who want us only talking sports is a perfect circle.
Keep
Nice.
doing that,
Good band.
guys. Yeah. Scott says Happy New Year. It could be a good one to save just in
Time
case
capsule.
I'm
A
right.
time capsule.
Or
Happy
wrong.
New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Look
I
at
like
that,
the
Nick.
time
Happy
capsules.
New Year's are back with you.
Nice.
And he didn't even participate.
Oops.
Yep.
Nick said so few words that it was
That it was a great
Happy New
segment.
Year.
Wow, we're learning a lot right now, folks.
Nick, what's the temperature like up there? Is it any good? Any better?
Still really hot.
Still really hot.
Okay.
I think we made the right decision, John.
Thank you.
Plus, as John told me, we already did all this work.
Yeah, it's fine.
I went to a lot of work. I
it's
did. It
different.
took
It's
a
unique.
lot longer to find that internet line than I expected.
Josh, you can lay down if you wanted to. You can kick up.
Not
your
on
feet.
this couch. It's so tiny.
It is a very small couch.
Yeah. This will be fun.
Yeah, this is good.
It's going to be a great show.
A little different.
All right.
We should call these our Olympic sleeping beds
Nice.
Nice.
because all the Olympic
Oh,
sleeping
dumb
beds
debates.
are so
Do you think
tiny.
anyone's ever had relations on these couches?
Oh, I don't know
Probably
about
look at how purple they are.
I guarantee you they. Yeah,
I don't
The
know about
velvet.
those couches, but the couch in the back,
Yeah.
I bet.
the
that-
couch in the back.
Yeah, the green room, that little room toward the back of the basement down there.
Oh yeah.
What room? That room?
You're talking about over there in that,
that
corner.
couch.
People have
There's a
sex
couch.
there.
There's a couch in there.
Interesting.
Mm.
What about those little chairs?
I've never had any relations in this building. Not one single.
Not
not
relation.
One relation.
No.
You could have stopped after in this building or before in this building.
Oh, nice.
Literally married, bro.
Doesn't mean anything.
Which means
I
you
guess
don't
it
have
does.
any relations.
Damn it. Walked right into that one.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back. Connor's out of here, and we're
Bye,
back
Happer.
with the program next on 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk. Not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from a Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to partly cloudy, warm and humid this afternoon. Temperatures in the lower 80s for a high. Showers and thunderstorms are likely tonight, especially after midnight, with severe storms possible. Lows in the mid-60s, and then showers and storms likely Tuesday. Again, severe storms possible, highs in the upper 70s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
A Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. Ballardsresort.com and set the hook.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, we are at the last dying days of spring, and it sure don't feel like it.
It feels like summer outside, John. It's thick out there.
It is thick. It's very thick.
Oh, it's thick, all right.
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum and a brand new week, and yes, it is the final week of observed spring. I know the nerds will be like,
It's actually we still have a month to go in meteorological.
John, you're one of those nerds.
no, I'm not.
You've been.
I'm not. I just said this is the last week of spring.
You guys are downstairs right now because it's too hot to be up here. That's summer.
Yeah,
weather.
when that room spontaneously combusts, I don't want to be in it.
Yeah,
Because
I think
it's
that's a
summer.
solid take. So for the record, I'm with John on this. I have long thought that, observing, what is this about? The way the earth spins? I don't care. We can decide. We can decide anything we want to decide. Mm-hmm. So if I want to say that June 1 or Memorial Day, that's fine too.
Memorial Day. Memorial Day weekend
is summer.
Is the start of summer.
When does fall begin? Labor Day weekend.
Bingo.
When does winter begin? After Thanksgiving. And then when does spring? March 1st.
Those two aren't quite as defined, but yeah. Basically.
I'd say it's every 3 months, basically. Boom.
I mean, we've
Problem
all been
solved.
conditioned. We've all been conditioned to have a school mindset.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And unless you were in a real monster school district that they made you go to school beyond Memorial Day, school always ended right before Memorial Day. And now they have all become monstrous, and they've all started in the middle of August, which is like communism. But it used to be that school started around Labor Day.
Exactly.
So we just go from Memorial Day to Labor Day.
Well, there you go.
Two great holidays. You know why?
Why?
Because we get the day off, and there's no gift giving.
Oh, would you stop it? Gift giving is so fun. It's so rewarding. Give
But you
someone
know
a
what else
gift.
is rewarding?
What?
Not giving gifts.
I
and
like-
just observing our veterans who have fallen in the line of duty and our laborers.
That's fun to observe people who are dead.
No, it's honorable.
Oh, okay.
You shouldn't be giving out anything.
Okay. Yeah, so I think we're basically in agreement on this thing. I think we're basically in agreement on this thing.
So it is, as the Grum Down brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard begins, it's the last week of spring.
Spring, we hardly knew ya. See you later.
The Wolves flush the Nuggets.
Oh, they did indeed.
And the Pacers turned back both the New York Knicks and ESPN.
Oh, you've been on
both conspiring to defeat them. Indiana, I am all on Team Indiana now.
I can tell.
Not just because Doug McDermott's there, but because they are now everyone else but ESPN's team.
Wow.
It was pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, I guess so.
It was pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, I guess so.
What do you mean you guess
I just
so?
don't care. You want ESPN to be more fun like TNT. This is TNT type stuff.
You don't see TNT going to bed for one team.
Charles Barkley does stuff like that all the time.
Just Charles Barkley.
Yeah, but the other guys have fun with it too. If Charles Barkley did the whole walking into the arena thing, you would love it. You would think it's hilarious.
Here we go. ESPN wonk Josh Peterson.
I'm just
Remember,
saying, who
this
cares?
is Fox country now. We don't observe ESPN
That's right.
anymore.
No more Channel 31.
When did Pete Rozelle become the NBA commissioner?
Oh.
The Big East and others. Take this settlement and shove it. Boom, boom. We ain't
What song is
playing.
that?
Take this job and shove it.
Job and
John,
shove it.
that's
Johnny
too many
Paycheck.
syllables. That doesn't work.
I know. I'm working on a shoestring budget here.
Okay.
My mind is fried because I spent a nanosecond in the studio.
Yeah, it literally got fried.
Very hot.
It literally got fried.
Who spends more on basketball, Creighton or Nebraska? The answer might surprise you.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Jack Mitchell is in the green room, assorted fun and nonsense. I'm sure he's got takes on the whole Friday football conversation that we had.
Oh, yeah.
But also South Stadium. The dump continues. But I've got a great idea.
Speaking of nuggets.
I got a great idea.
Oh, will you talk about this with Jack?
Of course.
Okay.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Hell yeah.
Big news today here in Omaha. Ed Servais is retiring after next year. So he's going to get a retirement
One more
tour.
year.
He's going to get a retirement tour, and Ed's going to join us at 5:15.
You remember, you were a sports fan in the 70s and the 80s. Remember they used to do gifts to like season-long gifts? Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got like a rocking chair.
This is gifts as in presents, not gifts as in those things on the internet.
Exactly. There's a T in there. You remember that, right? Like Kareem, I believe that somebody gave Kareem a rocking chair.
Yes, they did.
Didn't
What
Derek
if,
Jeter get a bunch of stuff too?
I think he gave the gift
he gave
baskets
the
to
gift.
all of his women. But I think that what if UConn, they gave Ed a gift of some sort, you know?
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work.
They should
Yeah,
give
we'll
him a
have to ask
dog, a husky. Give him a husky.
Oh, that'd be fun. Here's your new dog. That'd be what a surprise gift.
Yes, and my idea, the new Knothole section.
The new Knothole section.
We'll talk about that with Jack Mitchell coming up.
All right, perfect.
402-951-1620 is the 42 degrees, the source hotline. You can also text that line.
By your mom's house.
By your mom's house. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. If you would like to opine on anything.
Opine boys.
Oh, the opine
and girls.
Dave texts in, I'm sad we only have one more year for Ed to learn Josh's name. Will Ed know my name by the end of his time as Creighton's baseball coach?
Say my name.
The answer is no. The answer is definitely no. Hi, John. Good to hear from you again. Hi, Coach. What about me?
Yeah, you know.
It's okay. It doesn't bother me. I'm not offended.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Sounds like
Don't
it
put in
bothers
the
you a little
newspaper
bit.
that I'm mad. Don't put in the newspaper that I'm mad.
Exactly. What else did I mention? Oh, I did not mention that the
Equitable
Bank. They answer the phone on the first ring and take your banking personally. 402, or sorry, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Daniel, amazing Daniel says, my kid asked me what answer the phone on the first ring means because he's never lived in a house with a landline, so he's never really experienced a phone ringing.
Okay, but I'm confused. Has he made a call, though? If you make a call, it rings in your ear.
Right, but he's talking about on the receiving end.
Oh, I've always took that to mean they answer the phone on the first ring on your end.
No, I thought it was the first ring on their end.
Because it's always it's the same on both ends, right? I always figured you only hear one ring on your. So if I heard two rings, I'd be like, oh, this is a lie.
So when you hear the little in your phone as you're calling somebody, is that synced with the actual ring?
We can test this. Can I call one of you quick?
Sure, Nick.
Cool.
I guess my phone doesn't ring; it will vibrate.
Let me know when.
You call Nick. I have my phone.
Oh, did you turn up the ringtone?
No. There you go.
But he said he doesn't use a ringtone.
I just did for Nick.
He doesn't.
Oh,
And that happened pretty fast.
That did.
That's pretty close.
It was pretty fast.
Yeah. All right.
So there you go.
Well, I mean, kids are learning a lot.
Yeah, they are.
About the olden times.
They are.
About the
indeed.
phone and the first ring and all that stuff. All right. So that's on the Grum today. Brought to you by our friends at Union Bank, where your money has people. Yes, Josh and I are downstairs because the air conditioning went out over the weekend.
Show's on the road, baby. Show's on the road.
I thought we were done with the show on the road.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Yeah, I figured that we wouldn't have to be on the road together until like football season.
Nick, has it cooled off any in the studio?
No.
Nice. I'm happy to be downstairs.
I am starting to sweat, though, so I am cooling off myself.
Oh, that's true. People forget that sweating is cooling yourself off.
That
regulation.
means the studio is going to smell like stinky Nick.
You're welcome.
Nick, did you shower today?
Yes. Well, last night, but yeah.
That's not today then, Nick.
It's
That's
last night before bed.
You still sleep, though. Were your sheets clean?
Yes. My sheets are fine.
You cleaned them yesterday?
Yes.
Really?
No.
See, so why are you lying? Why are you lying?
Because you're going to make a big deal out of it.
I'm not making a big deal. You're the one who made the big deal out of it by lying. He thinks Nick doth protest a bit too much.
Do you shower before bed and then shower when you wake up?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Not before I wake up, but if I shower the night before, I shower before work the next day.
It feels excessive.
I mean, I'm also working out in the morning, Nick.
Well, okay, see, that makes sense. I don't work out in the morning. I wake up.
For the record, I would still shower in the morning. I like the feeling of being clean before work.
Well, I also keep my apartment very cold, so I don't sweat at night.
So do I. Nick, I do too.
Well, while these two people argue over who stinks more,
Nick.
Jack
Josh.
Mitchell, waiting in the green room, will join
Let's
us next.
do it.
And we'll talk about the new knothole section idea that I have.
All right, awesome.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for our 12th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, we're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
If there's one thing that you can count on every spring, it's that we're going to have to deal with some hail. J-Tech Construction is the company to call to make it right again. J-Tech Construction specializes in siding, roofing, windows, and gutters, even solar. They're trained for insurance claims assistance, and they can help with your insurance company. Turn to the team the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Use your favorite search engine to find J-Tech Construction online and schedule a free estimate today.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Attention Omaha parents, if you're looking for a fun, safe, affordable summer camp experience for your kids, look no further than Camp Croc. Located at Croc Center, Omaha, just off of Kennedy Freeway and Q Street, Camp Croc runs weekdays from the end of May through August 9th. Kids ages 6 through 12 will enjoy all kinds of activities, from sports and character building to swimming and STEM projects. Plus, breakfast, lunch, and snacks are included. For more details, go to omahacroc.org. That's omahakroc.org.
Would you just give your house key to criminals? Having your personal information on the internet is like giving a thief the key to your home. They can take everything that's valuable to you anytime. But JoinDeleteMe.com can help you protect yourself. Online data brokers compile information about you and sell it to people who could ruin your life. But JoinDeleteMe.com scours the web, removes the personal information you don't want seen, and prevents data brokers, scammers, identity thieves, even political enemies from getting personal information that could hurt you, your family, or your reputation. You'll get regular reports detailing what they find and remove. And JoinDeleteMe.com isn't AI. It's real people working to keep your data safe. Keep your private life private with JoinDeleteMe.com. Today, get 20% off your Delete Me plan when you go to JoinDeleteMe.com/deal and use promo code DEAL at checkout. Go to JoinDeleteMe.com/deal and enter code DEAL at checkout. That's JoinDeleteMe.com/deal, code DEAL.
Break away from your boring coffee routine and stop by a Stories Coffee Company. Handcrafted, locally roasted premium coffee is served with a smile at one of our 5 Stories Omaha locations. Stop in or drive through and support local at Stories Coffee Company.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Baseball fans, it's time to hit a home run with Tickets for Less this year at the College Baseball Championship at Charles Schwab Field. Experience every thrilling moment without the extra fees. Tickets for Less offers transparent, upfront pricing on all tickets, plus score an exclusive discount when you use my promo code THEZONE at checkout on your next order at ticketsforless.com. But wait, there's more. Tickets for Less also buys tickets. Have extras? Can attend? Turn them into cash by calling Tickets for Less at 402-398-1999. Don't wait. Secure your seats now for the ultimate baseball showdown at ticketsforless.com.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham the water of meats.
Ham is the water of meats.
All right, let's welcome in Jack Mitchell from our sister station, KLIN, who now is in full baseball mode. His Royals are no longer a national embarrassment, and the Huskers begin their quest for some kind of trophy this week. Are you coming to any of the games here in Omaha?
I'm frustrated that they were all. I'm echoing here. That's fine now. I'm frustrated, that they were all afternoon. They got the 2 seed because if they were prime time, if they were evening games, it probably would have been a lot easier for me to get to some.
I am surprised. I realize schedules.
It's about the seating, right?
It's not about the seating. But I have been to many conference tournaments where even if the host school wasn't the number 1 seed, they always got the prime slot because it was better for attendance.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about, making a little money, a little scratch. So I'm a little surprised the Big Ten doesn't do that, considering that Nebraska is the home school.
Wasn't this the tournament where the number 1 seed got to pick where they play or something? Or am I thinking of something else? Pick what time slot they play in? I thought there was a rule.
I mean, the NCAAs usually work that way, but that, regions.
Maybe that's, I don't know. I had that in my mind this is such a screwy tournament, and it has been for years. I mean, can I just talk about that for a while? The Big Ten does baseball tournaments like it's the first time they've ever rode a bike, and they've been doing that, it feels like, for a long time. Like, do you remember, John, the one in Bloomington, Indiana? It was one of Nebraska's first years that I don't remember if you and I were still working together then and figuring out the radio for it, but like one night they decided they had a curfew. The next night they decided they didn't have a curfew, started a game. I mean, I know you've been at Big East tournaments that have started really late, but Like it was crazy. And then one time they were playing in a monsoon because they didn't want to stop the games. And now they've got it. Now, I mean, number one, they did the right thing getting it in Omaha, which for goodness sakes, I mean, why they ever went away from, I think they went away for a year or two from Omaha with this thing. It's a great place to have it, especially when Nebraska's in there. But the format, now they're so worried about going late is they only do three games a day. So because they don't want to get way late at night, but that creates such a goofy situation where you have 3 teams playing in the first round on one day, and then one team playing, or two teams, one game on the second day.
And then it moves into the second round.
Yeah, like look at that bracket and where teams. I was trying to talk about it on the air this morning about when Nebraska would play, and I had to, even looking at the bracket, I barely could understand it. It's a screwy deal. But yeah, no, long story short, the answer is if they were at night, I probably would. I don't know if I'll get up there for 2 p.m. games though.
Did you have a chance, Jack, to read Chattel's column / interview with Will Bolt at all?
No, I didn't.
Talk about like expectations. I imagine that you had a chance to read it, John. Yeah, I guess it's something that John and I have been talking about a little bit over the last, I don't know, few weeks to a month about, what are fans expecting from this program, and what is like a reasonable expectation. Another year goes by where they're not going to capture a regular season trophy. They could get the postseason trophy, right? Depending on how the next few days goes. Like, is this what you expect from this program now, just to kind of be in the mix, even if it doesn't mean winning the league every year, even though they're going to spend more than every other team in the Big Ten Conference?
I think that was the expectation. That's always been the expectation. I think that's all, and nothing's changed. It hasn't necessarily happened all of the time since they've been in the Big Ten, but I think that's a fair. It's my expectation. I think that's the very least of the fan base's expectation. Like there's really high expectations for the baseball program here, but I think they're mostly reasonable. So yeah, I think they're capable of that. I certainly think they're capable of what you described, and I think the reaction to this year is I don't think it's going to be about the conference tournament. I don't think it's going to be about not, falling just short on that conference regular season. It's going to be about potentially doing something different in regionals than we've seen so many years where they've not made it to the last day of regionals and winning one or getting very close to winning one. I think John had a poll about expectations, and that was my answer to it was do something similar to what they did against Arkansas in 2021, like get a game away. That would probably be the low. That would be, I think that'd be the first place that you'd make kind of progress and a positive response of what happened this year. But this, it's a little bit unfair to this team right now, the players at least, because part of it is frustration about the entire first decade in the Big Ten not going like any Nebraska fans really pictured it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And now we've had, almost a dozen or so years to kind of recalibrate some of the expectation. I was pleasantly surprised by the results in the poll that we took last week because most the plurality of the responses were like Jack, where, hey, if you could do something like you did in 2021, that would be kind of a baseline. But the idea of, being in the same place as you are in, 2005 is just not realistic. I mean, it's, you are the company that you keep. But, if Nebraska could do something good this year, then maybe those expectations naturally ramp up the longer you sustain some kind of, excellence or at least quality play. So, yeah, I'll be very curious to see too what the response will be this week. Depending
on how far they go.
Yeah. And I believe
I agree.
I don't think the chances of Nebraska getting a 1-seeder, I don't think they're getting to host a regional.
No.
But I think this year, this tournament can be about just, quite honestly, a trophy dash. Go get some kind of a trophy because you're pretty comfortable where you are. Yeah, you can always improve seating or at least up the 2 line.
But you get hardware and you can put it on a banner.
But
you do all those things.
But I think you'd like to have a dog pile in that building.
Yeah.
Nebraska's never dog piled.
Correct.
John,
made it to Sunday how many times?
A couple of times, right?
Twice, once against Indiana, once against Ohio State, and they lost both of them. That's not as much as anybody would have expected when they started the conference, that they would be in that championship. It'll be interesting, guys. I remember I was at that Ohio State game in Omaha in the championship where they lost. And they came out of the losers bracket right after losing to Michigan through that one. So, and they were just short on pitching at the end on that one. That they cannot do this time. And I remember watching the Indiana one. So that was way back early with Indiana when they Indiana had all the sluggers.
That was 14, if I remember right.
Was it 14?
Because I went there.
They had Schwarber. Indiana had Schwarber on the team at the time.
So that would have been 14.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was even.
This year was awesome.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Outfield.
Yeah, both of those games. I was at one of them, and I remember watching the one on TV, and they were crazy. Like, I kind of wonder if it'll be that way this year, if Nebraska makes the championship. And like, I don't know why it would be different, but I don't know what.
That was the first time they made the championship, right? So I think there was that natural excitement that had built.
But I thought it was. I mean, Ohio State. That Ohio State game was a. I mean, it was a really nice, early summer day. It was a good atmosphere. It was a very, I don't know what the attendance number was. I think the Indiana one was probably bigger, but it was a really good atmosphere for that game. And I wonder if they'll still get I don't know, guys. I just get a weird vibe around this fan base and the dissatisfaction with and I think, like I said, it might be remnants of this last decade kind of as a whole, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll be totally wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
I think there is a malaise right now with the program, and I think it's just because it seems like there's like this ceiling that they just have not broken through. It's not like you brought up 05. I don't even think it's about like that they haven't returned to Omaha in June. It's more that they haven't even made it to a super.
Yeah, it feels like they've gone to Stillwater, Oklahoma 8 times and lost immediately in a regional. Like it's serious, and that could happen. They could go to Stillwater, Oklahoma again this year, right? So that would be the other thing I would add, John, and I know you kind of said this, that is at play in addition to the trophy is just don't end up at a top seed. Don't end up at you don't
want to go back to Arkansas.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to College Station.
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
no.
correct.
No.
Like, see
for
how
a variety of reasons.
Somehow get to Indiana State or get to, even Oklahoma maybe, but that might be a better situation.
So last week we heard on Friday, Troy Dannon's not going to do anything with South Stadium anytime soon, but the emphasis is going to be on East and West Stadium and doing some chairbacks, the places where he said they could generate money off of it. And there's going to be a whole thing about, the grandfather clause, not having to pay donations. That's going to be out the window. This is going to be about generating revenue. And I guess I hadn't really thought about this until this morning, but do you sense that you risk the potential of a little bit of in-fan class warfare, knowing that, once again, we're going to address the rich folks section while leaving South Stadium, which is in terrible need of repair?
The poors,
if you will. Do you run the risk of maybe creating a little bit of class warfare amongst the fans?
Yeah, and I think so. I'm interested. I asked this on my show today. I asked if I had any listeners who were South Stadium ticket holders and how they felt, because I anticipated they would feel like you were talking about, John, like, hey, we're getting screwed in this whole thing again. Every area is going to get renovated 5 times before they even touch our area. But I heard a little bit of what surprised me is I heard a bit of people saying, hey, we're just glad they're not going to tear our section down. We're still going to have our seats for the next 2 years, which was interesting to me. I heard more of that than I thought that I would. When I had asked, it was a mix of different things. So I think that might be the only thing that mitigated. I think they must have got a lot of pushback about that from people in South Stadium when this was. I mean, as we know, and we've talked about a lot of times, there was pushback coming from every which way on this whole thing. When
even non-South Stadium people, I know that I brought them up many times, but my uncle, my grandpa, they have East Stadium seats. They have the new East Stadium seats, and even they didn't like it. And it's like, this isn't going to affect you, but they didn't like it, whether it's not having seats for a couple of years, decreasing capacity, which, Jack, you and I talked about it this weekend. That is a very real thing with the fan base, too. There are some fans that hate the idea of the stadium getting smaller, just
because it's ego.
Yeah, for sure. And
it's
then,
ego.
Yeah. And then, displacing fans. So, and that's just more of a, looking out, I guess, for your friends or whatever. So,
I don't know.
It's real.
I think so. I think I think you're right, John. I think there was some sense of that, but I also think this was a path of less resistance in a lot of ways.
I
in
agree.
a lot of the potential clashes that they could have had. I mean, it does feel still like it feels like they can do what they're doing now and keep their options open long term, I think, to some degree, because they're not pouring in, well, like he keeps talking about. You can monetize it and try and make it something like a revenue neutral situation, unlike spending, $500 million or whatever on a South Stadium renovation. If you do that, right, you're sticking with the method that you've got, piecemeal renovation throughout the entire thing for a long time if you're investing that much. I think they want to wait. I think they want to wait a little bit on South Stadium and develop a plan that goes, 10, 20, 30 years into the future with exactly what's going to happen with this thing. Because if you go major on South Stadium, that sets a lot of things up. And what am I beating around the bush at? I'll just say it. I think at some point, I think there are probably some people that think, hey, it's not going to be too far down in the future that you're going to have to start all over somehow, basically, with this thing. I think that's.
Or you think they're pushing that off? Like they don't want to make a decision on South because, does that push up a new stadium sooner or later?
If you make a decision on South, I think you've got to stick with, you've got to stick with
stadium for a while.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
So wait, real quick, is your theory then, Jack, that they know that they need to build a new stadium?
I think there are people who
they would rather not spend the money on South because they would have to build a new one sooner than people maybe expect.
I don't know if it's their belief, but I think there are some people who are in the room saying that, or saying, hey, we're going to have to do something more major than just South Stadium. But it's long-term planning. And that's the other thing is, I don't know how many people you have in that room who are interested in thinking, who are truly interested and motivated in thinking 30 years down the road for this place. Because you've got a lot of people whose current job depends on the success of that program and that stadium in the next 5 years.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. It's one thing if you're a owner of an NFL franchise like a Jerry Jones who's been there for 35 years. Because it's yours until you get rid of it.
And then you're going to give it to your family.
Exactly.
I guess
it's different when in college athletics where, there's technically not an owner and, everyone's just temporary.
Yeah.
I guess I have the question. What is if you're going to do Trev's thing, what did they say that cost? 500 million? What was the number?
450.
Yeah,
it probably would have been about 500.
500. What would it cost if you, I know nobody has the answer, but if you build a new stadium, right? I'd be curious to look at other stadium, and that raises all kinds of questions. Where do you do it? You do it on the curve. Where do they get displaced to? All of those.
Yeah, just talk about the cost of an actual stadium.
What's the cost?
You're looking at a minimum of $1 billion,
still
but probably more than that. And because, this goes back to the capacity thing.
Yeah, how big?
You could probably build. You could do less than $1 billion, but do less than 60,000, like Minnesota did.
Yeah.
But I don't think the ego will allow for that. Plus, you're displacing a lot of folks.
I'd be okay with close to that. Maybe.
You might be. But if you have enough demand, I would say that 70 to 75,000.
It's a sweet spot.
Is probably a number to shoot for. But in a case like that, I bet you're looking at $1.5 billion to do it right. And by doing it right, we're talking about enough of the sky boxes and all of the
and go all the way around the stadium.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's obviously
a minimum of $1.5 billion.
That's obviously a ton. But John, we're talking about a third of that, right? For Trev's South Stadium plan.
Stadium, yeah.
Right.
I think there are people who are saying that. I think who are saying we're talking about that now.
Right, but I think in order to do something like that, I think you would have to go to the taxpayers.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. You would.
You
would need public funding.
You would need you would need taxpayer dollars, from the legislature or from a.
They were talking about that for Trev's plan too. So that had been floated, and that was why there were some people in the Unicam who weren't too happy about it.
But then you got all the other things where
would it be? Yeah.
Because there's not enough room on Innovation Campus. Obviously, if you tried to do it in the same footprint. Where are you going to play for 3
because
years?
if you care about it being on campus or near campus, which I think is important in college, right? I think it's
not only that, but it's also the proximity to downtown.
For sure. So then, yeah, it's like, so where would you play it then if you're going to – because would you just tear it down and start there and play somewhere else would you go to UNK for a few seasons? I mean –
Well, someone
to Omaha?
Someone offered Arrowhead Stadium as a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, again, that would suck but it would be 2 or 3, whatever, how many years.
How sweet would it be to have a brand new spanking new place, right?
I know.
For another, there's going to be pain with these. You are going to have pain.
You're right.
You're right.
It's just like, Jack, when we talk, because I gave my theory at the very end of the show or at some point on Friday, and I unpacked it a little bit more with Jack this weekend. I really do think, beyond just not having the donor dollars, I think a large portion of why they're punting on South is that they don't want an eyesore on TV for a couple of years as they're trying to build up under Matt
Which
Rule.
I think is a very short-sighted.
It is way short-sighted.
It's extremely
I
short-sighted.
thought it was about I thought it was about the wind.
Oh,
I thought
and
the wind was
Don't
coming
even get
in.
me started on that.
That was
one of the dumbest things I've ever heard said.
Honestly, it was so bizarre. That was such a weird thing to say. I know
You realize you have a quarterback that actually could throw if there was such wind. By the way, wind in a swirling stadium can be as big or if not bigger pain in the ass than wind in a wind tunnel. Because at least in the wind tunnel, you know which way it's going. In a swirl, you have no idea what's going.
That was odd.
Yeah, that was very weird.
That was
odd.
odd.
I think that was done. That was done to justify the whole "we don't do things around here unless it helps us win" mantra that Dannon has established from day one. And so, if you can throw that out there and say, "See, this is going to hurt us,"
right.
But if you use any logic, if you have any sense of logic, you know that that's a ridiculous.
But I would caution people if that justification is used, it would be to don't I get that. That sounds good. I don't disagree with it, in theory. That said, don't think about that only for the short term. And again, I say that you've got some people in the room here who are thinking about the next 5 years, right? And you've got all of us who are thinking about the next, 5 decades with this thing.
Yeah.
So
again, we just passed the year where it passed 100. Like the next stadium probably won't last 100 years, but I mean, you do got to think about generations worth of fans. And if you just continue to kick the can down the road, everything will always get more expensive because that's how life works. And again, it's a problem for the future, but the problem is not going away. Just because they're not doing something today doesn't mean that the problem won't pop back up again.
Yeah, and it's getting harder and harder, A, because Nebraska's not winning, and B, because it's the trajectory of attending sports to get people to go to these games. So, at some point, you got to start competing more with your facility if you're concerned about that. And that's an issue with Memorial Stadium, I think.
I loved what John said on, I think, Friday when all this news came down, but he talked about NFL stadiums and how they really do think about the fan. And yeah, it's expensive as hell and taxpayer dollars and all that stuff, but they want you there and they want you spending money.
Exactly.
And they want you in the stadium.
Yes.
And we never talk about that in this. It's always, tradition and all. And I get it. College is different than pro football in that way, but I mean, they are trying to get you to the stadium and then keep you in the stadium and make sure that you are as comfortable as you could be while you were there for 3 hours.
Which is why if you don't have everything you want in your stadium, then the owners are buying up all the land around it like they did in Wrigley, and they're recrafting that whole neighborhood. It's about spending your money there.
Yeah.
And the only way you're going to get people to spend money there isn't just the warm and fuzzy of, oh, it's my favorite team. Yeah. No, it's about the food options. It's about the beverage options. It's about the entertainment options. It's about the Hall of Fames and all of these things. But that's when you're building a new facility, an arena, a stadium, a ballpark, whatever. It's about getting you there and keeping you there. They want you there well before the game, and they'll even keep you after the game.
Yeah.
And that's it, because it's all about spending that money.
Here's a question, and I know we don't have time. Maybe you guys can delve into it later. Like, how far are Nebraskan fans as a whole on the scale toward? Well, I mean, John, how attached are Cubs fans to Wrigley? Would people completely freak? Yeah, where are Nebraskan fans with that Memorial Stadium?
Great question.
Because I don't know that I'm that. I don't know, man. I suppose if the reality of it hit and it was gone, and you're like, maybe you never thought of. Rosenblatt's gone now. And you're like, oh, God, I loved it so much, but you didn't think of it at the time. Would I feel that way about Memorial Stadium being replaced with something new? I don't know. But I think I'd be interested on that continuum where Nebraska fans are if you open it up.
I would think that it's fairly strong because Nebraska is a traditional fan base. But
our parents, our grandparents.
But I don't know if it's as strong as the Cubs in Wrigley Field because
The ballparks have
Because-
charm to the
Yes, they have charm to them, but you're also spending
That's true.
81 days a year there.
Yeah.
With Memorial, it's 7 days a year.
Yeah.
Right.
And also, like, and then maybe this is weird to say, but like Wrigley has, you know, the outfield and the wall and what that looks like during the summer, and Fenway has the green monster. And like, again, it's there's something about that. Memorial Stadium doesn't have the blank.
What's
you
a
know?
football? What's a football example then for like a
Lambeau? Like Green
Lambeau?
Bay fans
Okay,
lose their
Lambeau.
minds if Lambeau was
There you go.
Right.
know?
But then
They've also poured millions of dollars.
Yes,
into
they've
that place.
modernized the whole thing,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they've done a lot of stuff outside the stadium now to even make it more attractive because it's all about making the money. Yeah, there's not a lot of great.
I mean, it's always college. You just got to go to college examples.
And honestly,
Big house.
part of the problem is, especially with older football stadiums, it's bench seating. They're all built in the 20s.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
They're outside of Fenway and Wrigley. There aren't. I mean, the next oldest stadium is Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, and then it's what, Kaufman? I mean, it's a lot of new
And
stuff.
so with colleges, it's more about the longevity because they've been there forever, but it's also they're on campus. Yeah, it'd be an interesting question. I don't know.
And it might be short-sighted of me to be kind of okay with moving on, and then afterwards I would like, oh man, now we have this new antiseptic place with all the bells and whistles. But
Over a decade later, people still miss Rosenblatt, and like, no offense to Rosenblatt, but it's like that was a park that the majority of people's memories are for like a week and a half every summer. It's like, you know,
and the memories were more made outside because of the tailgate options.
Exactly.
That were there.
It wasn't. I love the
It was more about the
sight line.
neighborhood than it was the actual ball.
Correct.
But it can go the other way. You know what? I mean, Nebraska, I can talk most about this with Nebraska basketball, and it's a way better world now that they moved from Devaney to Pinnacle Bank Arena. Way better.
Anyone pining for the
No, I am not pining for yeah, I have nostalgic memories of Devaney and that whole experience, but I'm not like wishing it never changed. Definitely.
Yeah. Hockey Dad says if they can tear down Yankee Stadium, they can tear down Memorial. They did tear down Yankee Stadium.
Yes, they did.
House that Ruth built.
We did not get a chance to get to my knothole section.
No,
idea, but we'll do that here coming up.
All right.
Because I think for a short-term option, I think this is a good idea, and it might help prevent any potential for class warfare that exists.
There we go. Hurt Husker fan. Every time I hear Wrigley, I think get down.
I have an idea how to fix the whole thing, and it's pretty much revenue neutral, although it'll make a lot of people mad. Remove every other row of seats in there. Remove every other row of seats and just let everybody, and then every other seat. So give everyone double the length this way and
class,
double the length that way. And then all of a sudden,
Where are you getting in the exit row?
Where are you going to put the cup holders?
Good question.
I don't know, man. If you had double the width and double the leg room, all of a sudden those South Stadium seats would look a whole lot more. I'd donate than to sit in those at that point.
Jack, you're going to lose 10,000 seats, and then people will be, oh no, we're smaller than Iowa. We can't
get out our rulers. People love the rulers, Jack.
They do. They love the rulers.
We love jamming people in there and having them be uncomfortable. And I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right. Jack Mitchell from our sister station, KLIN. Enjoy the last week of spring.
I will. See you guys later.
Bye, Jack.
Go Huskers.
That's Jack Mitchell from KLIN. You know what we did?
What?
We didn't talk about his crappy softball team.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yay, it's a win for us.
Oh, I forgot they're going to play tonight. The weather's supposed to be great. Can't wait to see how many hits they get. Our boss better get a hit tonight.
That didn't happen.
I kind of really like this bit that he's definitely doing on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing it as a joke.
Yeah.
It's funny. Ha ha. What a question by Jack. I don't know the answer. I definitely think that the romanticism is there. And if there was a real, like, we're thinking about destroying the stadium, people would come out in droves to support it.
I think so.
But a lot of that goes back. It's been around for 100+ years now, you know. My dad went. His dad went. His dad went.
I loved all the historical look back at last year and the 100th anniversary. I mean, it's special to me.
Sure. Same.
But I also experience it much differently today than I did 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I haven't sat in the bleachers at Memorial Stadium since I was in college.
Really? You haven't gone to a game in
the last one I went to as a fan?
Yeah.
We were sitting because my son was sick. We were in one of the
in one of the suites or whatever.
The disabled
okay, so you haven't sat on the normal.
I have not
wow.
been. I have not been on the benches.
Fascinating.
Since the last game would have been 1995 Washington State.
It's before I was born.
Closest game of the whole year.
That's right.
35-21.
I can still see Frank Madu.
Mm.
He ran 80 yards against Nebraska, and I thought, oh my God, this team's falling apart.
When we come back, there was a couple comments in the YouTube chat from Max giving us a cost breakdown of maybe why we are overshooting in terms of a new stadium, and then some other responses too.
On 1620 The Zone. But first, if you have already made that selfless act and checked that box for organ and tissue donation, thank you. Because organ and tissue donation has impacted so positively so many lives, not only those life-saving organ donations, but tissue donations such as skin, bone, corneas, ligaments have helped improve the lives of so many others. I have one great example of a young woman who died in an automobile accident. She was able to impact over 50 lives through both organ and tissue donation. And all it takes is just to check that box next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license, or visit goodguysavelives.com. That's right, goodguysavelives.com. You can find out more about organ and tissue donation, how it's free, how it's low stress in a very turbulent time for you and your family. So please consider the selfless act of organ and tissue donation and visit goodguysavelives.com.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
This is something that I've been very cognizant of living in Omaha, because I think Nebraska athletics, whether it be trying to gain new ticket holders, new donors, new interest, yes, winning matters, is they need to be better in this town, like more visible.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to partly cloudy, warm and humid this afternoon. Temperatures in the lower 80s for a high. Showers and thunderstorms are likely tonight, especially after midnight, with severe storms possible. Lows in the mid-60s, and then showers and storms likely Tuesday. Again, severe storms possible, highs in the upper 70s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group. Visit us in Blair, Crete, Fremont, or Wahoo, or shop at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Welcome to this episode of RV Ready, brought to you by Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs. Outdoors?
Leach Camper Sales has a great website.
LeachCamper.com.
Folks can see what they want and then head out. Don't forget, the coffee's always on.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Break away from your boring coffee routine and stop by Astori's Coffee Company. Handcrafted, locally roasted premium coffee is served with a smile at one of our 5 Stories Omaha locations. Stop in or drive through and support local at Story's Coffee Company.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
And my tray was too close to my joystick, and I got too excited.
The 1620, The Zone.
Let's stick a quick pin in that conversation and get back to it on the other side before we get to Mitch, because I did want to mention this. So last night, the NBA Eastern and Western Finals have now been established. The NBA has now guaranteed that we are going to get a different champion for the 6th straight year. That has not happened since the 70s. Since after the Celtics' great run, and the Knicks had those couple years, but the Celtics' great run of the 60s and before the Lakers and Celtics took back over in the 80s. But from 74 to 1980, they had 6 different champions over 6 seasons. This year, we will match it. Toronto, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Golden State, Denver, and somebody new.
John just wanted to talk about the 70s again.
No, I
He
just
does
wanted
love
to
the
mention.
70s.
I just wanted to mention the fact that
No, this is
Pete Rozelle
a
is
cool
the new
stat.
commissioner of the NBA.
I think this is cool because, you go back to so the Lakers, they won it in 88 or 87 and 88. And that began this insane run where it was them back-to-back, then the Bulls won 3 in a row, then the Rockets won 2 in a row, then the Bulls won 3 in a row again, then the Spurs won 1, and then the Lakers won another 3 in a row. Like, outside of the Spurs, everyone was always repeating. And that has usually kind of been the story of, like, my life as an NBA fan. Like, you'll have, like, the Spurs, like, alternated for a while. They would win, and then they wouldn't, and they would win, and then they wouldn't. The Lakers won a couple in 9 and 10. But then you got into the stretch, obviously, with the Warriors having all of their success. And now we are in a much different run. And, like, other thing, too, John, look at this. Toronto, first-time champion. The Bucks, not a first-time champ, but the first time in a long
First time in 50 years.
Denver, a first-time champion. Right now, so the
Golden State had
that great run. So this year, obviously, we know what the Celtics and what they have done. They're playing the Pacers. Never won an NBA championship. On the other side, the T-Wolves. This is only their second Western Finals ever. They've never even made it to the NBA Finals. And the Mavericks have won 1 championship, and that was a little over a decade ago. So we're looking at either a first-time champ or the first time in a long time for one of these other teams. Hoops!
And of the top 15 top-paid NBA players, only 1 is playing in the NBA's version of the Final Four. Rudy Gobert, who is 13th on the list.
And he would be someone who catches the most grief of anybody. Like, people
There's
are
people
always
probably wondering, why is he worth $41 million?
He's a good defensive player, but certainly not the
But he is. Only
prowess.
1 of the top 15 paid NBA players is making the conference finals.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. By the way, Tony points out, I thought I'd mentioned that, but he says, Josh, you skipped the Bad Boy Pistons in 89 and 90. I thought I mentioned that.
Yeah, there's back-to-back
Lakers won back-to-back, then they won back-to-back, then the Bulls won 3 in a row, and off to the races we were. This is pretty cool. This is what someone like you wanted for years. You and Stibbs would always say that. If the NBA was more unpredictable, maybe I'd watch it more. Here you go.
Well,
unpredictable.
Here's the problem.
What?
The NBA Finals are going to be on ESPN, and they're still going to be crying that the Knicks aren't playing.
Oh,
Bing bong.
We'll have moved on by then, John. We'll have moved on.
ESPN and their crap production.
Wow.
They're bad.
Dude,
they're bad.
I would say this, too, and I'm a big Mike Breen guy. JJ and Doris Burke, there is, like, no chemistry with that crew right now.
Might as well hire JJ to coach the Lakers.
Yeah, get him off the broadcast. Bring back Van Gundy. I miss Van Gundy. He was fun. I don't really miss Mark Jackson, though.
All right, Mitch Sherman still to come. We'll come back and go back to what we were talking about with Jack. Are people pining for a new stadium? Do they want Memorial Stadium to stick around? Plus my idea on the new Knothole section.
I like it.
All coming up, and still to come, Ed Servais later, who has announced he is retiring after next season. So he's going to have a retirement tour campaign in 2025, and then he will be off. He'll still be doing baseball somewhere, I guarantee.
You think so?
Oh, He's a man of baseball.
Baseball.
Man of baseball. Somehow, some way, he'll be involved in the game. But all of that to come here this afternoon from our wonderfully not as warm basement.
It's cooling off up here.
Good.
I think our boss said it went from 80 to 77 in the bullpen.
That's good.
So we're getting there.
Bullpen was hot.
Well, but remember, the bullpen's always 10 degrees cooler than the studio.
Yes, it is. I stepped out during the break and I got goosebumps.
Wow.
And that's just because Nick saw all those signed guitars on the wall. He just
The Sheryl Crow one is nice, John.
Nice.
Oh, is that? I never, all these years I've been in this building, I have no idea who signed any of those things.
Yeah, the kind of tan one that Sheryl Crow's.
What a fun bit that could be. Let's look at the things in our office. It's a video. It's a vlog.
A vlog.
Yep.
1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
When it comes to concrete repair, EverLevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose EverLevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with EverLevel is a slam dunk. Call EverLevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. Ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
So as we discussed during our Jack Mitchell segment, the conversation steered down the path of, well, maybe you just stop kicking the can down the road and build a new stadium.
Max writes on YouTube. He says it would not cost $1.5 billion. Any somewhat recent college football stadium build, because that's what you guessed it would cost, right? Any recent college football stadium builds are around $300 to $400 million with inflation factored in to today's cost. So Legion in Vegas was $1.9 billion. We aren't going to do that. We don't need to be near as crazy amenity-wise as those costly NFL stadiums. Louisville Cardinal Stadium, all chair back in 62,000 seats, cost $350 million current day inflation factored in. Can't imagine it would cost more than $1 billion, and that seems on the high side.
Well, this is where I disagree, because one of those stadiums is Minnesota's, but Minnesota's is barely over 50,000 seats.
Yep.
The price tag, I think, adjusted for inflation, is now around $400 million. It only has about 37, I believe was the number I looked up, suites. If you're going to do something, and dare I say Nebraska, if you're going to do it to capitalize on the capital that you're bringing in.
Sure.
You're not going to reduce the number of suites you have. And I don't remember what the grand total is of suites in Memorial Stadium. I want to say it's 70. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but I think it's around that many. I don't think you're going to reduce that, because those are people you've already got, right? And those are the most expensive seats in the building. You're not going to reduce that number, right? So I think you're looking, if you're going to do a new stadium, you're probably looking at upwards of 100 suites. Then you've got the club seating. All of those are more expensive. And if you're going to do anything that's going to be north of, and I'll just say 65,000, though I think the number is more close to 70 or 75.
I would agree.
Again, building the new stadium is about, the Louisville fan base, the Minnesota fan base, Baylor, they've all built new stadiums in recent years. It's different than at Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
At Nebraska, you've got a very captive fan base, and you're going to want to try to capitalize on that all you want. That's why I say I don't think this project gets done for less than $1 billion. $1 billion. Because you're going to want a higher capacity, because you can fill it. You're going to want more amenities than Minnesota or Baylor has, because you have the people that will pay it. That's where the prices go up.
Well, and the other thing, too, and Aaron says this, he says a new stadium, and again, we're just talking this out, right? A new stadium is going up in 10 years, put a 40% price increase on that. We're pretending that it would open tomorrow for a lot of the prices that we're throwing out there. It would be, it would be more.
Here, one of the other things is, and this is a reason why I don't think a new stadium is going to happen unless it happens at the existing location.
Yeah, because Josh has asked that. Where are you putting the new stadium?
You just built a brand new football facility that you wanted to that you displaced the track and field team so that you could be right there.
So you would probably want it right there.
So you would want to build the stadium on the existing site.
So what does that mean? That means that they have to tear down Memorial Stadium and then displace the team for how many years?
At least 3 years.
At least 3 years. For sure 2, probably 3.
It's probably 3.
How long was, Soldier Field when they did that? They were remodeling it. So I was going to say they were gone for only a couple seasons, but that was not a full tear down.
Right.
If I remember right. So yeah, you're probably looking at 3 years. And was it you or was it Jack who brought up Arrowhead that's been thrown out as an idea?
Someone threw that idea. I mean, yeah, you're talking about, you would have to do something radical. But
you would. Yeah, and somebody, Chris said, what about playing at the Chuck for a year? It'd have to be 3 years probably, and no way they would do that. They would look to do something grander than that. Something grander. Because my idea was, what if you just went to Kearney, which is 2 hours from Lincoln, so it's far.
Right, but it
would take advantage of the West.
Capacity's way too small.
Way too small.
It's smaller than the Chuck.
Yeah. So you'd have to do something radical.
Honestly, I
Arrowhead.
think you would go to you would try to cut a deal with the Chiefs and do games at Arrowhead.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, you're talking about 3 years of games that are, depending on where you live in the state, 3 hours away, 2 hours away, 5 hours away, 8 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, you're out in the sticks, man. It's a long drive.
That's why I think the odds of Nebraska doing anything of that nature are extremely remote.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely remote. I think it will just. The plan will be to continue to try to piecemeal things together. And, keep Memorial Stadium going for as long as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Because all of the other options, I mean, everything's going to come with.
There are issues with every single plan that we talk about.
Every single
so, like,
plan,
everyone wants to do a gotcha moment. It's like there's gotcha moments for every scenario we lay out.
There's just more gotcha with a complete redo versus what they're doing now, piecemeal.
Yeah.
But here's my idea.
Yeah,
so
I want to hear about this.
So I believe going off what they're going to do now. So what they're going to do now is they're going to try to redo the East and the West, put in the chair backs, probably add some more club amenities or things of that nature to help, build up more funds. The South Stadium ain't changing, and it ain't changing anytime soon. I say make the South Stadium what it used to be, and that is the Knothole section. And that is the cheapest tickets in the house. $25 a game, every seat. That's it.
And real quick, so it used to be this way?
Well, the Knothole section came before they built South Stadium. The Knothole section.
I see. Okay.
Those were the kids that would look through the fence, and they'd basically charge them like 50 cents, and it was just bleachers in the old south end zone before there was grandstands. They used to call it the Knothole section. That's what we would do here. You would charge $25 a game.
Okay.
If you got season tickets there, you wouldn't pay any donation, and it'd be $25 per seat per game. It's the worst seat in the house. It's got the least amenities.
Mm-hmm.
You get what you pay for. And I think.
So you basically say, hey, you're paying less money.
You're paying less money, but you're not getting any of the amenities. You still got to walk all the way down. Exactly.
You move all the students over there?
Yeah.
Move the students to the south.
You'd move all the students to the south. And
in the first however many rows.
Thus you've got.
Which is what the plan was. The new stadium, they were going to move all the students from east over to south.
Yeah, I'd say you move the students, you move the band into South Stadium.
It makes it certainly a louder, and they're all connected in one.
And that way some of the display, or if you want to maximize the revenue of those seats, in the old East Stadium, you can.
Interesting. I don't hate the idea. Dave Fight says, ironically enough, the worst seats in the house are in East and West Stadium under the overhangs.
Yeah, they're not great.
No, they're not. And that's a problem, obviously, with a 100-year-old stadium. I like this idea because you talked earlier about class warfare. And I definitely think for the fans who are actually upset about South Stadium not getting remodeled, and they do exist, as much as I feel like I do hear more from people who are happy with this move, there are people who are like, wow, really, you just are not caring about us. I feel like this is reaching across the aisle. This is offering them something. You're offering them cheaper entry points.
Yeah.
Cheaper entry points to the stadium for less than they have in East, less than they have in West. And it certainly would help in terms of filling up the stadium on a weekly basis. If that's
you're making it affordable,
too.
but you're getting what you pay for.
Yeah.
You're getting what you pay for. I mean, you're sitting in a place that's honestly, especially the higher you sit, worse than going to any high school game, worse than going to any small college game, because you're not walking up 90 flights of stairs to sit and watch a game. And then if you want to go get something, you're not walking back down 90 flights of stairs and missing game time and getting caught in traffic jams. Just make the whole South Stadium outside of the student section and where you move the band. It's $25 a seat per game. If you want season tickets, no donation.
Mm-hmm.
Make it cheap and affordable because you ain't getting anything anytime soon. I don't think anything of significance is happening to that side of the stadium for at least a decade.
We asked a question at the end of the show on Friday. Do you think that something will happen in the next 10 years? And you and I both said no.
Yeah.
And it's not like the weekend changed my opinion on that fact.
So that's my idea. Turn it into the old Knothole section, $25 a ticket. Extra cheap, but at least you're getting what you pay for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, Mitch Sherman will join us. And still to come, there's a lot of folks that aren't happy with this proposed settlement. We've got, stop me if you've heard this, we have civil war in college athletics.
What?
Yeah, I know.
And we're not talking Oregon State.
We're not talking Oregon State. But Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us next here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620, The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to report on. We do have some slow going if you're south on 204th at West Center. If you're east on West Center, delays between 192nd and 180th. Looks like we've got reports of delays on Dodge for both directions between 72nd and 90th. Same goes on westbound Dodge between 108th and 120th. And some slow going on L Street for both directions around 42nd. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries.
Think spring. Think Lanahaw's Garden Center. We offer the area's most complete selection of landscape supplies and high-quality plant material for your projects. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Want the best deals on tires and auto service? Click on JensenTireandAuto.com. We've got the best deals for anyone looking for the biggest bang for their buck on quality tires and expert auto service, like you. JensenTireandAuto.com.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. Ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use. About travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, as he does every Monday, joins us here on the Grum. Mitch, thanks for coming on. Hope you had a great weekend.
I did have a good weekend. How about you guys?
It was good.
It's hard to complain when the weather was nice, and I got a lot of work done.
Was the weather nice? I woke up on Sunday morning in Omaha, and the weather was not nice, so I got in the car and drove to Kansas City and watched the 10 games above 500 Royals.
Yeah, Mitch, I was watching that game yesterday too, and I thought I watch baseball now. How sunny it was in Kansas City and how not sunny and rainy and thunderstormy it was here in Omaha.
It's 3 hours away. I mean, the weather's different.
I know, but it still made me sad.
It's amazing how that works, Josh. It's like there's clouds up here and storms, and then they were not in Kansas City.
Isn't the planet wild? The planet's wild.
Yeah, and it happens in nature. I mean, it's not.
Wow.
It's not any of this global warming thing. I mean, that's always been the case.
Nice, John. Nice. Got to always make it political, John.
No, I was just
always got to make it political.
I was just being clarified. So, Mitch, we've been talking quite a bit today about the Troy Dannon announcement last week about South Stadium. I'm curious to take yourself back to, I don't remember when it was. Was it September or October when Trev did that press conference announcing the South Stadium renovation. In the moment, as you're sitting there and you're listening to the plans and you're hearing the dollar figures and you're hearing the fact that the whole thing's going to get blown up, for a couple of seasons, was there a part of you that at least entertained the idea of, yeah, I don't think this is happening?
Well, no, because I knew how much Trev Alberts put into it. And I knew that it was, at that point, already a 2-year project for him, maybe longer when you consider how long he considered how to structure the survey that he sent to fans, and then he sent the survey to fans. I mean, this goes all the way back to the time in COVID when the stadium sat empty, and I think maybe some of the initial, and that would have been pre-Trev, but still, Trev's always been close to Nebraska, and I think has always thought about Nebraska and has strong feelings about Memorial Stadium. So my point being that because he was running the show and was so in command and control of that project, I thought once he got to the point where they had renderings and diagrams and dollar figures and a press conference, and soon after the regents on board, you kind of knew that day to get to that point they would have the regents on board. No, I did not consider that day that we would be where we are today, but I also did not consider there would be a Monday morning in March of 2024 where he would up and leave for Texas A&M. So lots of things that were unexpected about this whole ball of wax.
If you were to make a blame pie for, hand out the blame pie for why this ultimately is going to get put on hold, if not outright ever happen, I mean, is it too easy to give the largest piece just to the lack of interest from donors in forking over at least $450 million, or would you look elsewhere?
Yeah, I think that's too broad. And I don't even know that I would call it blame. I mean, first of all, it isn't like they killed the project. There's still a project. It's a much different project, but you guys know that. And we're talking about South Stadium here, which is effectively put on indefinite hold. So if we were just talking about South Stadium and where the credit or blame, depending on what your point of view, should be assigned, yeah, I think it's too broad to say it was just because there wasn't enough donor interest. According to Troy Dannon, they never got real far into the process of selling it to donors because they haven't achieved, complete understanding of what the project was going to look like. The architects were still working on the design of how to take it down. I assume that's fairly easy, but rebuilding it is maybe not easy, but that's less intricate. And then the rebuild of it. So look, once Trev Alberts was out, then I think it was essentially dead in the water. And Troy Dannon used that word or something very close to that word when he talked to some media about this late last week and saying when he walked in, he thought the whole plan was probably not going to happen. And then as he educated himself and talked to people, he determined that no, this can still be a thing, but it's going to have to be reconfigured. I think there were a lot of parts at work that contributed to Nebraska getting to this place as soon as Trev Alberts walked out the door, where it was unlikely that South Stadium was going to be demolished after the 2024 season. You can go 10% here, 15% here, 20% here, 50% here. There's not one big thing.
Mitch, I proffered a theory. I did so on the show Friday. We talked about it a little bit again today, and this goes a little bit to the joke that Dannon told about the wind and not wanting an empty hole in the ground because of the wind. Is it wrong to wonder about having an empty hole in the ground for the early part of the Matt Rule era and how, as they hope that the program gets better and it's going to be on national TV, that they don't want the optics of that as they're trying to rebuild Nebraska?
Hey, look, I was driving around on Friday, and I think I heard you guys talking about basically scoffing at the suggestion that the wind tunnel is a reason for this. And I'm in the same boat. Like, I think that's it has always been windy at Memorial Stadium, and Nebraska did not run the option because of an open-ended stadium. It had an enclosed stadium. I get it. I will also entertain the idea that, yes, some of this is about optics, and some of this is about who's going to be playing quarterback for the 2 years that you would not have a full stadium, that you would have 60-some thousand in there, the lowest number in that stadium since sometime in the 50s or 60s, and all of this construction going on. Sure, you could sell it as we're building for the future and look at these cranes and everything, but I don't think you want a compromised home field. And again, I'm not saying this is the reason that they did it, but I don't know that Matt Rule would be jumping for joy to have a compromised home stadium in 2025 and 2026, when the first 5-star quarterback in the history of the program is presumably going to be contending for the Heisman Trophy as a sophomore and junior before he goes off to the NFL. Like, something about that to me seems like it isn't great timing, but again, it's not a reason to kill the project, but like, I think it has to be taken into consideration.
There's been a semi-popular opinion I've noticed in some of the opinion pieces I've read over the course of the last few days, that folks who don't have the stomach for a South Stadium makeover will start to warm up to the idea after the team gets consistently good. And this kind of branches off on what you were just talking about, the optics of Dylan Raiola playing in a not 80,000 seat stadium. So do you think that also kind of plays into this as well, where there's I think there's this kind of this old-fashioned Nebraska idea of, well, we shouldn't be building anything until we're good.
Yeah, there's something there. I do think that it's an easy sell for Troy Dannon to say, let's put all of our resources into being good and then address what we need to do with the South Stadium. And I don't know if I'm fully on board with that idea, because I think you can do multiple things at once, and I think the costs will rise if they go back to do it in 5 to 10. Well, I know the costs will rise if they go back to do it in 5 to 10 years. I also think that, and you didn't ask me this, but I also think that as Nebraska fans take a look around over the next few years and see some of the things that are happening with stadiums in college football, and then circle back and look at Memorial Stadium. And let's say Nebraska does improve, but it doesn't improve like to the level where, it's raking in like unfathomable amounts of cash because it's playing in the college football playoff. Like, let's just say Nebraska becomes like an 8-win program, 8-9-win program. It's competitive in the Big Ten. This is 3, 4, 5 years down the road, and Penn State is done with its $700 million renovation to Beaver Stadium that it announced this month. And Northwestern is opening its new, I don't even know what it is, like $800 million lakefront stadium in Chicago, and Nebraska has to go play in that. And then you look down in the old Big 12, Big 8, and Kansas is renovating its stadium, and it looks really nice. And then Missouri is renovating its stadium, and it looks really nice. Like, these are all things that are happening, all things that have been announced and are full steam ahead. So they're not built yet. Like, there's not photos being published of what these stadiums look like as a completed project at this point. But if there were, it might be a harder sell to Nebraska fans that now is not the time to fix up Memorial.
You know what, Mitch, I think is going to be interesting, and I think a listener brought this up at some point, probably last year when everything was announced, and that is that you have all these historical stadiums, Big House, you just mentioned Penn State, Happy Valley, the Horseshoe at Ohio State. Like, there's all these stadiums, and a lot of them are called Memorial Stadium or whatever because of when they were built. Like, who is going to be the first of those schools with one of these quote-unquote historic stadiums that takes the plunge into a new one entirely? Like, Baylor building or Minnesota. Like it's an entirely different proposition versus a Ohio State or Michigan or Nebraska. I wonder if and when it's going to happen, right? You can't just have these stadiums last forever, but at what point that happens, and then is there a down effect where everybody then just decides to follow along?
Yeah, well, I certainly hope it happens, because if it doesn't, that means that we have somehow stopped playing college football, because these stadiums can't last, they can't just go on decade after decade after decade after decade. I mean, you can renovate and to a certain point, and then that becomes diminishing returns. I don't know what Penn State can do for $700 million, but it seems like it come pretty close to building a new one.
Seriously.
So I have to take a deeper look at what they're going to do to Beaver Stadium. I tend to believe it's fairly significant, and it's going to look completely different. And that may be what you see happen with like Oklahoma's Memorial Stadium or Texas's Memorial Stadium, or Michigan Stadium, Ohio State, some of the Coliseum. Maybe what ends up happening is they just get such a giant makeover that it's basically a new stadium anyway.
Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. Mitch, we don't typically ask our guests to put anything on our beloved list.
Oh, I'm pulling it out.
But let me ask you this. Will we see grass on the field at Memorial Stadium within the next 3 years?
Ooh.
Are you willing to put that on the list?
Yeah, I'm going to just, I don't know what to say about this. I'm going to just refrain from going down that road. I don't know. Ask me a different question. How about that?
Are you willing to say that the Kansas City Royals are a fraud because 21 of their 29 wins are against sub 500? No, I'm just kidding.
They're not a fraud. Not a fraud.
They're good, John.
They're going to get to the 50 game point here this week, and then you can project it out. We thought as we walked out of the stadium last night that the Royals were 30-20, and they were actually 29-19. So I had them projected at 97 wins for the year if they kept things going. So I'll just take it down a little bit of a notch and give me 90, and I'll be happy.
I would be too. Matt Rule is no fan of eliminating walk-ons. He was on Sirius XM radio over the weekend and said as much. Not that this is a surprise,
right.
But if these roster limits through this potential settlement that is going to be voted on this week actually goes through, and we see an 85-man roster limit, does that hurt Nebraska more than other schools?
Yes.
Or is this just the thought of the idea that scares folks because Nebraska and walk-ons have always been tied together?
It hurts Nebraska more than other schools. I did a piece, and you guys, I think we probably talked about it this spring as part of our behind the scenes or secrets of the NIL or whatever we called it, the inside look at NIL and the transfer portal. I did a story with Austin Meek, our Michigan writer, and Seth Emerson, our Georgia writer at The Athletic. And we kind of compared and contrasted the way that schools are able to use the scholarship limit and as it's related to NIL to their advantage. And far and away, Nebraska's the one that tries to build depth and wants to build depth beyond 85 through NIL. Georgia doesn't have a use for it as much because their 85 is really all they need. It's a higher end 85 than what Nebraska's is. So Nebraska helps make up some ground by saying, all right, 86 through 99, they're going to get some compensation too. And we're going to get even better players than we could get if they were just strictly walk-ons, because we're able to offer them something. The collective is able to offer them something through NIL. And that helps make up some of the ground on the entire roster that Nebraska loses because it doesn't have a dozen 5-stars at the top of the thing. So absolutely. And I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, I think that's something that's being thrown out there, and there will be some kind of a compromise reached. Now, are you going to have 149 players on the roster like Nebraska had at the end of the spring? No, I don't think so. But it could be 100, 105, something of that nature. In college, and I know the NFL does this with 52, but they've also got minor leagues out there and the waiver wire and free agency, and you can make a trade during the season. So 52 or 53 in a taxi squad. 85 in college is going to be hazardous, I would say, to the health of the players on the roster, and to certain players on the roster. It's hard to have depth, real depth, with 85 when 10 of them are injured and 15 more coming in as freshmen need to redshirt, and then 6 or 7 more are like going through a position change. You get down into a number that's difficult to manage in a pretty quick period of time.
Yeah, and Mitch, I wonder, like, is this conversation now becoming a bit more of a thing because of NIL and how, like, John and I were opining about this, and I guess I'll just ask you if you know that the walk-ons on Nebraska's roster now. I mean, is their college paid for? How many of the walk-ons are actually still paying for school like the old days? I wonder if that's playing a part in them wanting to limit the rosters, in that, hey, walk-ons, it's not walk-on like it used to be in the old days.
No, of course it's not. I think they're all getting something, and now there's ways that the football players get paid that goes, has nothing to do with the NIL. There's the cost of attendance and some other legislative pieces that have passed that puts money in their pocket. But if you're not including that, and you're just saying, is anyone really a walk-on, or are they all getting NIL? I think most all of the walk-ons are getting something in NIL. I can't say that every single one is, but definitely the players who are contending to be in that, it's been between 105 and 120 over the last few years, the number you can bring in to preseason camp. Players who are going to contend for spots on special teams, players who are right there with some of the lower end scholarship players on your roster, and often beating them out for spots on the depth chart. All of those players essentially are getting getting stuff through NIL, and many of them are getting the equivalent of a scholarship.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, do you have plans for the long weekend as the official start of summer, like we like to call it?
The upcoming Memorial Day weekend?
That would be it.
Well, as long as the weather holds out, go back to how we started this conversation, I'm sure I'll be on the baseball field in my coaching self quite a bit. Yeah, some other plans. Just going to try to have some fun with family and enjoy the weekend. I'm sure I'll be working too, because Memorial Day is college big for college baseball. So I'm interested to watch the college baseball in Omaha this week and see how that carries over into Monday.
I would agree. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, as always, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch Sherman joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline.
A lot in there.
Yes.
A lot in there.
Man, I thought he'd take a
I know.
Because I think they will have grass in that stadium within the next 3 years.
I think that what Matt Rule wants, Matt Rule gets. He has talked about grass many, many times. I would agree with you.
I mean, if they're going to go on and on about a wind tunnel, Matt Rule, and remember, what they want to do is anything that helps us win. If Matt Rule thinks that grass helps us win,
yep,
grass it is.
Grass it is.
Get that plastro turf out of here.
By the way, I mentioned it with Mitch, and I said there was a listener who brought up when stadiums were built. It was Jed. Jed, I see this tweet from Jed. I'm reminded of it. So he says the average year of Power 4 stadiums being built is 1931. The SEC average is 29. The Big Ten average is 39. But as he pointed out a few months ago, the Minnesota stadium really brings that average way up. So if you remove that from the equation, those stadiums are old. And at some point, one of these stadiums, they're going to say, we are moving on from that stadium. It will not be like Michigan won't be the first, and Ohio State, and I don't think Nebraska will be the first. But one of those schools that has an old stadium that we view as somewhat historic, whether it's between the hedges or, I mean, I don't think it'll be Bama. Somebody brought up Bama in the YouTube comment section because they've done a ton of.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like an NFL stadium.
Yeah,
now.
it does. It does. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly the problem. Isn't so much Memorial Stadium, the original. The problem is how everything was piecemealed and, dare I say, half-assed together.
Yes.
I mean, the original North and South stadiums those were half-assed. Those were just, hey, we got more fans that want to come in, build more bleachers.
Yep.
That was it.
Yeah.
There was no thought put to anything else.
Connecting. I mean, how many conversations have we had about how they don't connect? Still, they don't connect. It's
Exactly.
2024.
I mean, they did it. They did it on the cheap.
Yeah.
Because it was all about, well, we got a popular product and we have people that want to fill the place. Yeah. And that's all it was about.
Yeah.
It was not done with any foresight in mind. And certainly there might have been other places that did it the same way. But, you know, if you want, go look at the history of Tennessee, Neyland Stadium, and look at how that developed over time. They did a much better job of incorporating everything into it and
trying to make it cohesive so that it all worked logically together. And it was interconnected. And yeah, it's not Jerry World. It's not SoFi Stadium, but it's very functional. Yeah.
Certainly a lot more functional than Memorial. So what Nebraska is paying for are the sins of its cheap past.
Well, yeah. And I think that shows itself too in how it looks from the outside, right? Like East and West had in the old days before renovations, a very particular look. And then when they built North and South, you see the guts of the stadium, right, from the outside. And then when they fixed up West, and then when they fixed up East and even North, they tried to make it look more cohesive. And it looks way better. You go on the outside of West, the outside of North, and the outside of East, it looks good. South, not so much because of how you said. And by the way, Mitch brought up at one point in time the capacity. If they were to remove South for a couple of years, it would be in the 60s. I looked it up. The last year, it looks like that it was in the 60s in terms of capacity was 1971. The South end zone bleachers were officially extended in 72. And this is according to Wikipedia.
Yes,
to
that's
73.6. So before that, it was at 64,000. That was after they installed the press box in 1967. So to get below 70, it'd be the first time in 60 years.
Yeah, and again, I get it. Optics, this and that. You got Dylan Raiola, but I mean, folks, the idea of, well, we got to wait and do something until we're good is never been a good. I mean, Nebraska's been blessed with good timing in the past. Haymarket Park came as Nebraska baseball was ascending.
Yep.
But you could also argue that Pinnacle Bank Arena came at a point where Nebraska basketball was very flat to dull.
Yeah, if they were,
and it actually energized people to go to the games. And then it just so happened that Tim Miles had his best season the first year in the building. So
to wait for them to be good, Amazing Daniel said the concern, because this is off of your question to Mitch, the concern about that is, what if you spend all that money and they're never good? Attendance will drop if they don't get good. I don't care how nice the stadium is. Yeah, for just to wait around for this magical year to come along and, now we can do it. Look at the team on the field. The basketball example is the best example possible because you're right. It gave them a jolt. It led to their first tournament appearance in a decade and a half. And they did not build that arena and have to have this. Well, I mean, maybe we did debate it. I was in college at the time, but they're not good. They're not good. No, the idea was build it, and hopefully it'll increase attendance. You'll get a better arena, which it did, and it did. And then the team followed along, actually. And the advantage that they have of playing there is a very real one. People forget they only lost one time this last season. Don't tell them who they lost to, John, but they only lost one time at PBA.
Well, the good news is the home team won that game, too.
Oh, wow.
All right, when we continue, speaking of Creighton in the Big East.
Oh, boy.
Not happy with the settlement. We could be hearing a lot about voting this week on this settlement.
It is an election year.
It is an election year.
Voting happened last week.
This is a very, very different vote than any kind that has ever been partaken in the history of college sports. But one league, well, actually several leagues led by the Big East would like to excuse me for just a moment.
I have an idea for them because they don't want to do the whole money situation. Maybe they sign up for our Field of Green sweepstakes. Chance to win $5,000 for all their home improvement
that'll cover
plans.
all the offset costs.
Yeah, just go to 1620thezone.com. $5,000. I wouldn't say no to $5,000.
1620thezone.com.
Previously on The Crossover.
I opened up my fortune cookie last night, and on the front it says, here you could download a bunch of music. And then on the back, there's a QR code for Napster.
Yeah, fortune cookies used to be fun, whimsical. At the end of your chicken fried rice, you're like, boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop.
That's exactly what
You
I
know,
did
we had
last night.
Chinese the other night. I don't think we ever got fortune cookies.
Even worse.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to partly cloudy, warm and humid this afternoon. Temperatures in the lower 80s for a high. Showers and thunderstorms are likely tonight, especially after midnight, with severe storms possible. Lows in the mid-60s, and then showers and storms likely Tuesday. Again, severe storms possible, highs in the upper 70s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to report on. We do have some slow going if you're south on 204th at West Center. If you're east on West Center, delays between 192nd and 180th. Looks like we've got reports of delays on Dodge for both directions between 72nd and 90th. Same goes on westbound Dodge between 108th and 120th. And some slow going on L Street for both directions around 42nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Omaha Transmission.
You've probably heard about Omaha Transmission saving people money. Call Omaha Transmission and see why people have been recommending them for almost 20 years.
Omaha Transmission, shifting to running smooth.
Host is roasting every morning. At Host Coffee Services, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun, ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee Services today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply, minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Me plus you equals nighttime fun.
On 1620, The Zone.
And some responses to your South Stadium idea.
The Knothole section.
The Knothole section. Chris in Montana says John's got a good idea for South Stadium. Make it like Escape from New York. Have signs saying you enter this area at your own risk. They got to start winning. I mean, what's worse? Oh, and then he brings up some other stuff. But enter at your own risk. Alleged legend on Twitter writes, love it. Call it the Detassel Castle, a la Corn Harvest, and deck it out as the rowdy section, Dog Pound, Eagles Nest, etc. in NFL stadiums. What do you think about Detassel Castle?
I like Detassel Castle.
Yeah? Good at John, because they're the Cornhuskers.
Sure.
Good at the
But I mean, there's already an historical link to the Knothole section, which is what they used to call it.
Is that just a Nebraska thing? Like, I had heard that phrase before.
But that's what they called it at Memorial Stadium back in those days when
All
the
right.
kids could get in for, basically.
Yeah, I had never heard of. I didn't realize that that's why it was called the Knothole section.
Yeah. Because the idea is you're looking through the knotholes in the fence to get a look at.
Oh, wow. I just searched Knothole section, and here's a thing from the Dear Old Nebraska U Facebook page. Remember the old Knothole section in the pre-expanded Memorial Stadium? For those who came of age in the 40s, 50s, and early 60s, Knothole was the introduction to Nebraska football. It was open at the end zones, and seating was in wooden bleachers for 50 cents. That's what you said earlier. Yep. School kids could attend Nebraska games. Ah.
I believe that is how my dad went to some of his earliest games.
Really?
I don't know if you want a knothole section now, though, because if the bleachers are going to get wooden, not only are you going to watch Nebraska possibly lose, you're going to get splinters in your butt.
Nick, you're a mean jerk.
I said potentially.
Wow.
First of all, the bleachers have now been covered with like
vinyl,
vinyl or aluminum or whatever it is.
Vinyl, yeah.
So
vinyl splinters.
So you don't have to worry
You don't
about
worry
getting
about
splinters in your butt.
Yeah.
And
my
the
butt
stands,
remains splinterless.
The stands are already there. I mean, it's just
already
it's just what
here.
we call. It's just my idea was
Yeah, it's like you said, it's a nod to the past.
a nod to the past, which, as we all know, people around here cling to like it's life itself.
Yeah, for sure.
Not clinging to something.
Nice.
The Big East Conference and several other leagues who don't have big boy football.
Oh, yeah.
So this week, we are expecting to hear the Division I Board of Governors and also the various Power 4 conferences vote on this settlement of the House case that would help bring an end to those lawsuits and usher in a new era of revenue sharing. We've discussed this ad nauseum, how the revenue sharing is going to work, so we're not going to go back down that road again. But all the negotiations have been going on between the plaintiffs' attorneys, the NCAA, and the power leagues.
Yeah.
But the folks who don't have a voice in those conversations,
yours,
are all the Group of 5 conferences and basketball-centric leagues like the Big East.
Or West Coast Conference.
They have not had representation at these meetings.
Yep.
So, to put it in a nutshell.
Or a knothole.
The settlement for paying off the back taxes, because some of these billions of dollars are going to go to paying off athletes who were denied NIL back in the day. 60% of that cost would be borne by the NCAA as a whole. 40% would be borne by just the power conferences. Well, the Big East and others put out a letter recently talking about how much of this is really, in some ways, taxation without representation, because they weren't represented at these meetings.
No.
Or at least their concerns weren't represented at these meetings. And in part of this letter, it reads, the proposed assignment of back damages to the autonomy conferences, given their status as defendants in these lawsuits, is disproportionate to other conferences. The NCAA model results in non-autonomy conferences, which is the Big East, the Group of 5, etc.
Any league that is
the
not the Big Ten,
4,
the SEC, the ACC, Big 12, yeah.
Bearing 60% of the burden, even though 90% or more of the back damages will likely accrue to student athletes from the autonomy conferences. So more of the money it would be going to athletes who played at the Power Four because they were the ones denied the biggest NIL back in the day.
Yeah.
Yet 60% of the settlement would be borne by non-autonomy conferences. And so that's really kind of the main thrust here, because how that's going to happen is the NCAA is going to pay out less in basketball revenues to all of its members to pay off that settlement. Well, if you're a league like the Big East, which has been the best of the non-Power Four conferences in terms of basketball success, and traditionally see a lot more of NCAA funds, are actually going to pay a disproportionately high amount of the cost, even though they don't have big boy football. And so that's really where they're coming from and where these other leagues are coming from. And Ross Dellinger has reported that there is a new proposal in which the power leagues would be responsible for 58% of the back damages, and the non-Power Four would pay 42%. So it's basically going 60-40 in the other direction, right? Right now, it's 60-40 non-Power 5 paying off versus Power 4 paying off. Now those numbers would be flipped, because the argument from the Big East and others has been, wait a minute, a lot of these costs are borne by the fact that you guys have football, which is where all of this back money is going to go. We don't.
Yeah.
You should bear more of the cost than we should.
Hard to argue with that.
It is hard to argue.
I don't see any reason to disagree on this, and it's why, whenever we start wondering about the future of these sports anyway, or the future of college athletics, and part of it too is we have a local tie here, but you always start to wonder what it would mean for these leagues like a Big East, like a West Coast Conference that don't have, major college football. And so this makes all of the sense in the world to me. And there's a lot of folks who are thinking that this is the week where some stuff is going to
where everything's going to happen, because the deadline is at the end of the month.
Yeah.
The plaintiffs' attorneys put a deadline at the end of the month, and it is assumed that all of the power leagues are going to vote on this settlement this week, and that the NCAA will vote on this settlement this week. So we should know by Friday, kind of what the status is of everything. And I guess then the next question is, well, here's that information coming out. You're in your theoretically your last week. Is anything going to be changed by this point? Can you change
I see what
the
you mean.
terms of the settlement at such a late hour?
Yeah.
That's a great question, and I don't know.
And can they all, reading from the story on ESPN.com, all the NCAA conferences have to opt in. Any athletes involved in the class will have an opportunity to opt out once the attorneys hammer out the details of settlement terms. Any athletes who opt out would retain the right to sue the NCAA in the future, but they would miss out on their cut of $2.7 billion in damages. On the flip side, it's unlikely that a current athlete who opts out would give up the opportunity to receive the forward-looking revenue share money, according to legal sources. Like, can all of this happen in such a short amount of time?
See,
it's so much stuff, John.
I don't know. And here's the other thing. Just because you settle this lawsuit doesn't mean there won't be more lawsuits.
Yeah.
There's no protection. There's no long-term protection guaranteed that if the Big Ten, for example, says, yep, we're in, we'll settle, that they won't be sued tomorrow. They won't be sued next week. They won't be sued next year. Because remember, as part of this whole conversation, whose voice isn't being heard right now? It's not just the Big East. It's not just the West Coast Conference. It's not just the other leagues that aren't Power 4 conferences. The athletes.
Yeah, for sure.
The ones who are supposed to be getting this money.
Yeah.
They're talking, all this money is supposed to go to the athletes. Nobody is really representing the athletes. You might argue that, well, the plaintiffs' attorneys are representing the athletes, but are they? They're only representing their particular clients. They're not necessarily representing all athletes. And if someone else comes out there and says, wait a minute, you're only talking about 20% revenue share. In the NBA, it's 50%. In the NFL, it's 48 or whatever the number is. And we're only getting 20?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And, oh, by the way, it's not a guaranteed 20, because just because Just because the Big Ten might settle doesn't mean that Northwestern has to play. This is an optional opt-in of revenue sharing. Most of the schools, like Nebraska, like Ohio State, the biggest of the big boy schools, they'll participate because it's in their best interest. But not everybody's going to participate. So this would be like the NFL Players Union negotiating with the owners. And while the Cowboys and the Giants and the Rams will participate, the Jaguars are like, I don't think we're going to participate. It doesn't work that way in the real world.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things fraught with disaster, in my opinion, in all of this. That we're going to reach, I've used this analogy before, we're going to reach, the top of this long staircase that's leading somewhere. But once we get to this staircase, guess what? We're going to have 3 other staircases branching off in another direction, and you have no idea what's going to happen.
You know how often we'll look back at the summer of 2021 when the NIL, spigot was turned on, and we're like, they reacted in such a way, and they didn't really plan anything out, and they just wanted to move on so quickly. I wonder if we're going to view this moment in a very similar way, where it's just like they did something, and then it begat a whole host of other staircases, a whole host of other problems.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
And we're going to look back on this summer or the May of 2024, and remember when they did this, and look at all the other things that came out of that. I think you're right. I think it will.
Because the only thing that's going to protect the NCAA or the power leagues or just schools in general from being sued is getting antitrust protection from Congress.
Yeah.
Good luck getting that.
Yeah, for sure.
And there was a story, and I can't remember who put it out this week. I apologize, but it was a story about why we're getting all of these leaks. Because normally when a case is being settled, every party is tight-lipped.
Yeah.
If you're settling a court case, but this one's different. And one of the thought processes is the reason why this stuff is getting out there is because they want to show the people in the outside world, hey, we're doing something about this.
Interesting.
And maybe showing the people in Washington, D.C., hey, we're doing something about this. So now will you please give us what we want? Well,
interesting.
Guess what's going to happen in November?
An election.
You're going to have a lot of those same people that you're lobbying right now won't be there next January.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there will be turnover.
So there's more on that. All right, still to come. We can unpack a little more of my knothole idea if you'd like.
Oh yeah, speaking of knothole,
knothole John.
Yeah.
Yeah, Casey Mike's mom says I have a reserved spot at a knothole section, but I think we're talking about different things.
Yes, we are definitely talking.
Oh, okay.
We're definitely talking about different things. I did promise I do have some more graphs and charts about spending, about college sports spending.
Okay.
One thing was very surprising to me.
Okay.
And we'll share that when we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Monday, 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
If there's one thing that you can count on every spring, it's that we're going to have to deal with some hail. J-Tech Construction is the company to call to make it right again. J-Tech Construction specializes in siding, roofing, windows, and gutters, even solar. They're trained for insurance claims assistance, and they can help with your insurance company. Turn to the team the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Use your favorite search engine to find J-Tech Construction online and schedule a free estimate today.
Experience personalized service and exceptional deals at Woodhouse Lincoln. With cutting-edge technology and incredible design, Woodhouse Lincoln is the place to find your next luxury vehicle. Going on now, receive 2.9% APR for 72 months on the 2024 Lincoln Navigator. Or save up to $2,000 off MSRP with retail customer cash on the 2024 Lincoln Navigator. With approved credit, $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires July 8, 2024. See dealer for details.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's deal is to McSitley Restaurant in downtown Omaha at 16th and Harney. Get $50 in gift certificates for only $25. McSitley Restaurant offers authentic Mexican cuisine with the traditional flavors in your favorite Mexican dishes with an innovative touch. McSitley Restaurant in downtown Omaha. This week's half-off deal.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back to the Grom. Ed Servais will join us next hour. Announced today that next season will be his final one as the head of the Creighton baseball program. Coach Servais, in fact, right now is meeting with the rest of the media, but we're going to have the first one-on-one interview with him coming up next hour. I told you this Twitter account, TJ Altimore,
yes,
is just really fascinating because he gets a lot of information from the Department of Education, Freedom of Information Act. This is the same place I got the TV viewer numbers that we shared a couple of weeks ago. Well, he went into a deep dive in terms of athletic spending and broke it down by program and by conference. And some really interesting stuff here about who is spending the most in college football. And last year, This is fiscal year. So it'd be actually the 22-23 seasons because the fiscal year 2023 ended last July.
Correct.
So this is football spending fiscal year 2023. Alabama at just under $80 million, which is more than any other program in the SEC or the Big Ten. Ohio State was first. Nebraska is actually right smack dab in the middle.
Of the Big Ten or of everything?
In the Big Ten. In fact, if you would have told me that Rutgers spends more money than Nebraska, I would have been surprised. Now, some of this also could be tied to buyouts.
I was going to ask you
things of that nature. But in fiscal year 2023.
Real quick, like Auburn is second. They fired their coach. They fired, who was their coach? Brian Harsin in the fall of 2022.
Yeah.
Because what's his name was their head coach last year. So you wonder if his buyout kicked in, and I guess that would have been the 2022-2023.
Sure.
So that explains it. And I guess Nebraska did with Frost too. Interesting.
But yeah, Nebraska's smack dab in the middle of the Big Ten at spending about $48 million a year. It's actually behind Michigan State, Washington, and Rutgers. The tops in the Big Ten spending-wise are now no surprise. Ohio State, USC, Michigan, Penn State, Wisconsin, the top five. Top five in the SEC were Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Oklahoma, and Texas. This is counting, of course, the new additions.
Yeah.
So even though those teams haven't started playing in the SEC yet, that's where it is. Then when you compare the football spending in the two biggest conferences, Big Ten and SEC, to what it is in the ACC and the Big 12, you can kind of see why certain teams are bucking to get out.
Yes,
because
you can.
Florida State, $76 million, which would actually place it higher than Ohio State and right behind Alabama.
Wow.
In terms of most spent. And then right behind them, Miami at $74 million. Notre Dame, who they count as part of the ACC, at $72 million. And then how quickly it drops off.
Yeah, it really is a large drop-off. Even down to Clemson. At fourth is kind of a drop-off from Notre Dame to Clemson, but then Clemson, everybody else is, another big chunk.
And in the Big 12, the biggest spender was TCU at $62 million, and then it takes a huge drop-off to Baylor at $48 million.
And that, I'm trying to the calendar of all of this. That would have been year one of their program moving on. I'm just forgetting all these coaches from Gary Patterson. But I wonder if some of the Gary Patterson buyout would have been happening in the 2022-2023 school year. Interesting.
This I found very interesting. Spending on basketball. Georgetown.
Wow. Now this is buyout, right? This is all buyout. This is Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, but Georgetown spent $34 million on basketball. The next nearest Big East school is Marquette, literally half as much, $17 million. But it's more than anyone spent in basketball anywhere in the country, including the Big Ten. The largest spender in the Big Ten. I skipped ahead one. The largest spender in the Big Ten in terms of basketball expenditures was Indiana at $17 million, followed by Michigan State at $16 million. But have you noticed something here?
Where Nebraska is?
Creighton is dead set in the middle of the Big East. In fiscal year 2023, Creighton spent $13.2 million on basketball.
Yeah.
Nebraska only spent $10 million.
Yeah,
and Nebraska is second
to
from
last.
the bottom.
Yeah.
Only Minnesota spent less on basketball in the Big Ten Conference.
Okay, so when you teased this earlier, I thought that you were teasing, Nebraska will have spent more than Creighton. This is what I would have expected. I would have expected Creighton to spend more than Nebraska.
You would have, really.
They care more about basketball. I'd be stunned if they
do. They do, but Nebraska's got more resources. They got football money.
Yeah, but this is what Creighton cares about. I would have been stunned if it was the other way around.
Is it surprising, though, that Nebraska is almost dead last in the Big Ten in spending?
I don't think so, because, it really does help explain a lot, This kind of matches how I've always felt that the program has viewed Nebraska basketball. They care about them 13th place in the Big Ten much. Or wait, is this with the new schools? So
that's
this
with
is
the new
17 out of 18. Strogoy says that's embarrassing for NU and shows why they're almost always in the bottom four. Yeah, in all seriousness, if they would have been higher, and I know football is higher and they have struggled, it would be like, wow, that is some next level incompetence. This shows, I think, how much they care about the program.
I mean, honestly, Nebraska's $10.2 million would place it fourth from the bottom in the Big East.
Yeah.
It's only about $1 million ahead of DePaul.
Yeah, you don't want to be in any conversation with DePaul.
And trust me, the difference between the support at Nebraska and the support at DePaul is the difference between landing on the surface of the sun and living in Antarctica.
Wow, is it that bad?
DePaul, there's no one at DePaul.
Yeah.
What about living in Antarctica and having to stay in this studio for 4 hours?
By the way, is it getting any cooler up there?
A little bit. Corporate Dan walked in during break and he's like, "Oh, it's not that bad in here."
Interesting.
It was worse.
He's getting ready. He's scoping it out because After Hours is back tonight, so he's got to
Folks,
see what the temperature is like in the studio. Interesting.
We'll see. But those, I thought, were some interesting numbers, and there's more we can share a little bit later this week, including I quoted it last week, but the sports that get spent the most on. Got that chart for you, including how much more football costs than any other sport.
It's expensive.
It's very expensive. Very expensive. So coming up, we got the happy hour. Ed Servais is going to join us on the heels of his big announcement. But I now know why. All of you people wanted me to go to the state track meet last week.
Oh,
it was a trap.
A trap? What, to get to watch
trap.
great athletics?
No, it actually had nothing to do with wanting me to watch any running, throwing, or jumping.
Interesting. You didn't want to see the boys and girls of this state find success.
Run and jump.
Yeah.
And
throw.
I do that when I watch
That was a
football and
shot put.
basketball and volleyball.
You don't run.
No, I said it when I watch those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can watch them there.
Yeah, don't forget about throwing. Don't forget about shot put, as Nick said.
And discus.
Even discus.
That's what I did the best.
We will be back and have a happy hour for you next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. We mentioned earlier in the Grum that the NBA is about to have their 6th different champion in a row. Who do you like? You can also play along with this historic season with the Circus Sports Iowa app. They offer live in-game lines on every game that update during every commercial break, so you really do feel like you are stuck in the thick of the action. But if you would rather just set something up ahead of the game so you can relax and watch it, well, that's what the tight money line splits are for. In fact, right now, in Game 1 for the East, the Celtics are minus 440 to win outright. Make Circus Sports Iowa your companion as we wind down the NBA season. They also won't limit your account for winning a ton like other places do, and their customer support is like having the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa. Level up your sportsbook with the Circus Sports Iowa app. Download it today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Looks like a crash on the southbound 680 blocking the center lane at Pacific. It's causing delays all the way back to about Maple Street. We've also got a wreck on southbound 480 at Martha Street. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back to the North Freeway. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 42nd to 72nd. Delays on Dodge for both directions between 90th and 72nd. And on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
I have never seen this before. Hi, John with Saul's Jewelry and Loan. The price of gold is the highest it's ever been. Now is the time to get the best price on your broken jewelry, chains, and diamond jewelry. Saul's has been around a while, and trust us, now's the time. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use, about travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks?
Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When it comes to protecting your home, J. Stenick Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, J. Stenick Contracting has you covered. Have you noticed stains on your ceiling this winter? With storm season around the corner and the damage it can bring, let J. Stenick Contracting ensure that your roof is durable and holds up against the weather this spring and summer. When you need an honest assessment, J. Stenick Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
I'm Brad Heller with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Raiders drafted former Georgia star Brock Bowers last month, despite already having second-year tight end Michael Mayer on the roster. But Mayer tells the Las Vegas Review-Journal that he's looking forward to teaming up with Bowers. Quote, "I think we're going to be dangerous. I think we're going to have a great offense." Meanwhile, new Giants pass rusher Brian Burns is excited to take the field with his new teammates, especially Dexter Lawrence and Kayvon Thibodeau, knowing they can cause matchup problems for their opponents. Burns says teams are going to have to, quote, "pick their poison" when it comes to deciding which one of the three to key on. And running back David Johnson officially announced his retirement from the NFL after 8 seasons spent with the Cardinals, Texans, and Saints. In 2016 with Arizona, Johnson led the league in touchdowns and yards from scrimmage. He hasn't played in the NFL since 2022. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Hop into the driver's seat of a new Ford truck or SUV now at Baxter Ford. Choose from hundreds of new Ford F-150s, F-150 Lightnings, F-250s, and F-350s. Baxter Ford has over 250 new SUV models available, including Bronco, Bronco Sport, Escape, Edge, Explorer, Expedition, and more. Plus, all our vehicles come with fair, transparent pricing and no dealer fees. So you only pay for the vehicle, not the paperwork. Get started at BaxterFord.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw when you're gone.
The happy hour is on the air! Whoa, our microphone sounds so much better now.
I just realized I forgot to bring my headphones in.
It happens.
It does. We're upstairs.
We're back.
Hi,
guys.
Kat, you want to go grab your headphones?
I'm good for right now
Okay.
because I can hear you
All
two.
right,
I
cool.
don't need to. I mean, when Ed Servais joins us
in our
I'll
next
need
segment,
those.
when he joins us live in our next segment,
Yes.
live
in our next
live
segment.
in our next segment.
Yeah. Yep. Back in our studio.
Oh, look at us.
That almost feels comfortable.
I didn't melt.
It doesn't
You
feel
did not melt.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. Spotlight.
Congratulations on not melting.
I figured I'd do that, Nick, instead of reopening this window since we're
fair.
still trying to cool it down. But that light is bright.
My dad always used to tell me when I was a kid, he's like, S word, don't melt.
Oh, wow. I guess that's true. I never thought of that before.
Mhm.
John, usually we begin the happy hour with some like fun, weird stories.
Weird.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Crime Town is at it again.
Oh, what'd they do?
Oh, what'd we do now?
I'm reading from the Omaha World Herald
I
because
know I didn't do anything.
Omaha.com and whatever, LJS.com or whatever,
Yeah.
they're friends now. They handshake
Yeah.
me. I'll just read the headline, and then I want to read a couple of excerpts from the story from Alex Vargas of the Lincoln Journal-Star.
Hi, Alex.
Lincoln police say man caused more than $8,000 in damage by throwing fish around DMV center. Now, that's a story that I want to click into and read immediately.
Hold on a second. He threw fish.
Oh, yeah.
In the DMV.
Maybe he
which
works...
DMV? Did it say which one? The one on
4700 Cattle Drive.
Cattle Drive, nice.
Cattle Drive.
Do you think he actually works at the fish markets up in the Pacific Northwest and he just didn't want to get rusty?
I was there when I was in Seattle a few weeks ago. I will read the lead of the story. Lead, L-E-D-E. It's the first sentence. Is that what a lead is? First sentence?
Basically.
Oh man, so he's a millennial. A 33-year-old man
what a moron.
entered Lincoln's new Nebraska Department of Motor Vehicle Service Center last week
new one.
and caused nearly $9,000 worth of damage by throwing fish and carrots around, the Lincoln Police Department said.
How do fish and carrots cause $9,000
Let's go back to the story, shall we? On Friday around 2:15 p.m., so the Grum was on the air.
Yeah.
Officers responded to the DMV location at 4700 Cattle Drive on reports of a man throwing fish around. Police spokesperson. Okay, let's get to the good stuff. The man allegedly walked into the service center, which opened that day, and said, "There's something fishy going on."
Oh, dear God, they did not.
Before he began tossing fish and carrots around the center. This location is replacing the DMV Center at 500 West O Street. Let's see. $8,000 worth of damage, about $5,000 in damage to the carpet, and $3,000 in damage to the white ceiling tiles and blue backdrops. He was arrested on suspicion. That's all we have about this man.
Was he a disgruntled ex-state employee?
Right? There's something fishy going on.
Or did
he? And then he put his sunglasses on like the David Caruso character.
Oh,
I love that.
In CSI Miami.
That is bizarre.
That is amazing.
But that's my crime town, folks. That's my crime town. So a couple of weeks ago here on this program, when we were doing the Run and Wrestling Connection.
Oh, it'll be back on Wednesday.
I mentioned that as a spectator sport, track and field is boring.
Yes, you did.
And I do not like it.
Yes.
From a spectator standpoint, it has nothing to do with the people who participate in it or coach it. If you want to do it, knock your socks off.
Because
have fun.
You lack imagination or fun.
Who lacks imagination?
You.
Why do I lack imagination?
Because you don't like
watching people run in circles and not liking it lacks imagination.
You watch people drive in circles.
But that's
Nick,
not the point.
Thank you.
But again, there's a lot more to it than that. But that's not my point.
Okay.
I don't shame people if they want to participate.
Okay.
All I said was it's boring. As one who had to go through it for many years, having to watch track meets, bored me to tears.
Unreal.
Bored me to tears. And so we had some angered folks in the Twitter mentions.
Yeah, and they kept saying that I'm an idiot
from the
too.
track and field community saying,
Great people.
well, you should come here to the state track meet and we'll show you a good time. And
Listen to my podcast.
And I was like, cool, but
Jason,
I had
3 hours.
baseball games this weekend, so it wasn't going to work out.
For sure.
Well, now I have found out the real reason why these folks wanted me to come to their little shindig.
Because it's awesome?
It was a political trap.
Political trap, you say?
Yes. So a state senator today issued a statement on the Nebraska Schools Activities Association and the Nebraska's Teachers Union.
Oh.
Because they were holding a petition drive at the state track meet. So not to get into all the juicy details, but
what was it for?
There's an effort to reallocate some money for those who
schools.
send their kids to private schools.
Yeah, to give it to the public schools.
Correct.
Hell yeah.
Correct. No, not to give it to the public schools, but
to give it to the private schools.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Paying taxes for private schools.
Yeah, I'm not in on that. I'm a
Right.
public school boy.
And so the teachers union has been putting out this press release, or not press release, but they've been spearheading this petition effort to change all that. And they apparently were at the state track meet this weekend. Well,
these are not my people.
Reading from the statement from Senator Lou Ann Linehan. The NSAA has allowed at least one of these championship events to be hijacked by the teachers union and their insidious political agenda.
Oh, wow.
The teachers union was observed on multiple days at the state track and field meet collecting signatures for their petition that hurts Nebraska kids and takes education freedom away from parents. Now, I'm not here to opine on the merits of this petition
Pick a
drive
side, John.
or the other side. I'm not going to get into that debate.
I love PS.
But the fact that I was being coerced to trying to come to this, a known political convention, is essentially what was happening here. So you were combining track and field. You were combining two of the things I hate the most.
Wow.
I hate watching track and field, and I can't stand politics.
You hear that, farmers? John hates fields.
All you would have needed
And Bears fans.
is to invite a bunch of Cowboys fans there to be like the triumvirate of evil.
Of happy, good people.
The triumvirate of
Not
evil.
happy, but
Political conventions, track meets, and Cowboys fans.
Track meets are in the midst for you with political conventions?
In terms of places I don't want to go.
Wow, so John would rather go to the Third Reich than a track meets.
Jeez! Also,
It doesn't exist anymore. Thank God.
Yeah, they have a new name.
So I can't believe you wanted
I
me
didn't
to
sign
go
up
to
for this. I just wanted you to go watch people run around.
Go out there and sign in petitions.
Pedro writes, "Hi guys, why is John on his soapbox? John lives on his
I
soapbox."
wasn't on my soapbox. I'm just telling you why I'm glad I didn't fall for your trap.
By the way, Jordan points out everything melts at some point. It's called a melting point. The melting point of fecal matter is 199 to 203 degrees Fahrenheit.
In my father's defense, that was always in reference to me walking out in the rain when I said I didn't want to walk out in the rain. So it wouldn't melt in the rain.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a tough look for your dad. Doesn't look like he knows anything about poop melting out in the sun.
Well, he never said it in regards to the sun. I said it in regards to the. I just wanted to say it.
Tough look
In
for
Nick's
you.
dad's defense, he's never experienced 199 degrees in Iowa before.
Neither have I.
When
So
all
fair.
Man, can you imagine?
The studio?
All the cow pies. in the
Well, yeah, but
fields.
can you imagine what it would be like if that stuff melted?
No, I actually would rather not think about that. 100-degree day with manure smells horrible.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot of flooding everywhere.
I have manure on the mind recently. I watched Back to the Future 2 this weekend for the first time in a while. And, Biff hates manure. Ends up in his mouth.
Because it always
Spoiler alert.
He always ends up running
manure.
He always ends up running into the poop truck.
I wish I got the Mattel hoverboard. I wish that existed.
It would be nice. It would be nice.
It did not exist, though. It's not real. It's not real, and it's not spectacular.
Josh writes, bring back divisions. I don't know what that is about in relation to this discussion, but I know that you like that comment. Oh, maybe soapbox? Oh, yeah, that's probably what's in reference.
I wouldn't mind bringing back divisions.
I
yeah.
know. You
Wasn't
never said
that
anything about that.
Wasn't that the RIP quarter jar quarter for
That,
John?
that
this year?
would have been had we kept the quarter jar. Like, by the way, we've not.
I know. We
spent
need to
anything
use
out of there.
And Nick owes us both lunch.
We also owe John lunch.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of people paying up on bets, so Josh Land, our salesperson, Josh, as I refer to him, so he's a Nuggets fan. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. So,
guess one of my list items is right. I said that the Nuggets won't make the conference finals.
bingo.
Nice.
So, when we were talking, this is a couple Fridays ago now, the T-Wolves at the time were up 2-0 in the Western Conference semis, and he was chirping like he always does. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
He loves to chirp.
He does, and he was like, the Nuggets are gonna win 7. The Nuggets are gonna win 7. And I was like, no, they're not. And he goes, how about we do a 6-pack? And I said, all right, sounds good to me. Now, I have bet with Josh before, and I've never won. I've always lost. Colorado covering the spread, Colorado being favorites against Nebraska. I beat him, though. He did not bring me, he did not pay up today because he didn't expect it would happen. It's like wake up a little earlier and go to the store this morning, Josh. But I want Nebraska fans to know that Josh and I will have another friendly wager on the game this fall. I think that this is the beginning of a brand new time in my life, and that is being correct and Josh losing. So Nebraska's going to roll
just
Colorado.
stopped and put the period with Josh being correct.
Josh being correct. This is a new time in my. Oh, you jerk!
I don't like this Josh Civil War that's brewing.
Well, he shouldn't have bad takes. He has horrible takes, Nick.
Most Joshes do.
No, we have great takes. We have great opinions. Very normal opinions. Very normal opinions. Eric writes, I hope he's not a friend of the Grum about the Lincoln man who was throwing stuff around. And Johnny Pig with the same question Nick asked, but why the carrots?
I just want to know what
damage can carrots do?
How could all of
had
that
a
together,
big one.
fish and carrots, cause $9,000 worth of damage?
It definitely.
Well, I mean, it's the smell. It's probably getting like rotten fish in the carpets. You probably have to replace some carpet, stuff like that. I don't know what damage carrots can do.
Yeah, I mean, you could hurt somebody if
You
you
think
threw
he-
a big one at their face.
Well,
You
but
think
I'm
he
guessing
sharpened the carrots and he was just
yeah, you could shiv somebody.
talking track and field.
I
javelining
forgot.
the
Did that
carrots?
incident happen during hours or
2:15.
During
it
the
did
Grum.
happen during. Okay, so it happened with actual people there.
Yeah.
I thought that maybe he broke in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's even worse.
Because
God, crime time.
he had to do it when people
Never
were there
changed.
because then nobody would have heard it smells a little fishy in here.
Sure. Of course.
I love that. He did a pun before he
really did.
before he did what he was going to do next.
You think when he got arrested, he's like, I don't even care at all.
Oh no, Nick, is this your brother or cousin or something?
Yeah.
Is this you?
I think I want to meet this guy.
Yeah, of course you do.
Of course you do.
This is going to be Nick's best friend in the future.
Of course you do. Unbelievable.
Mm.
Did put out a question earlier today. It's not really a poll question, but just getting response.
Yeah.
My new Knothole section.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not going to do anything with South Stadium, and it's not going to happen anytime soon, why not take all of those seats, make them $25 a game, and no donations tied to season ticket holders? So if you want a season ticket in the South Stadium, you just pay the $25 per seat or per ticket per game, and that's it. You move all the students there, you move the band there, and then the rest of it, $25 a head. Go ahead and do whatever it is you're going to do to the East and the West stadiums. But if you're going to give the fans a suboptimal viewing experience or game experience,
might as well charge them for that.
you might as well, yeah.
And
exactly.
You know what's
It's
interesting?
like the old Knothole section. You want to pay cheap prices? Fine. You're going to sit in the cheap seats. Well, same thing here. It would be a nice olive branch to those people in the North Stadium or South Stadium who thought, oh, maybe we'll finally get something decent here. And instead, they're getting nothing.
You know what would be interesting about that too is it would be moving into a new era of Husker athletics in terms of price per ticket inside of the stadium. Now, right now there are, donation levels, obviously, and that's going to change mightily once they go through all
Yes,
this,
it is.
This process with East and West. But the tickets face value, if I understand it right, besides the suites, because I don't understand that stuff or I don't know what it is, but the prices are the same all around the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Row 1 is the same as row 99. This would be kind of a new initiative of face value and what the difference level is for face value. One of the parts of the idea that I really like, and this goes honestly back to Trev's idea originally too, and that is that the students would get moved to South as one giant collective. The band would get moved over there, and it potentially could create something really interesting. I also like the idea of rowdiness level. We always think about the cheaper seats being for the common fan, aka the louder fan. I think if you embrace that part of that area of the stadium too, maybe that's where all the people go who want to stand the entire time.
Yeah.
This is where you come if you want to make noise, not get yelled at by an old person behind you to get told to sit down. Maybe you like it from that perspective. So I like this idea.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty interesting.
I mean, it's just, listen, I think you do need to extend an olive branch, and let's face it, there is the element of class warfare here when you're going back to the East and the West and you're giving, and I understand it. I'm not saying that Troy Dannon is wrong for thinking this way and saying, well, let's see if we can maximize the revenues in places where the seats could be better.
Yeah.
And then we can use that to help maybe pay for some other things down the road and among other things. And that's fine. But there is an element of, oh, wait a minute. I'm sitting here in this junk pile and I still can't get anything. I still can't get downstairs and get any decent concessions. I mean, we're just talking basic stuff here. I'm not asking for 5-star service. I'm just asking for the basics of being able to leave your seat, go to the concession or to the bathroom, and return to your seat in a decent amount of time so that you don't miss part of the game. What most places, if you do that, like if I go to Wrigley Field, if I'm at Wrigley Field and I leave my seat and I go underneath to go to the bathroom, go to the concession stand, there's TVs everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I can hear the broadcast being piped in.
It's not that way in South.
In South Stadium, first of all, you're spending most of the time just trying to get down the stairs.
And then get back up.
Then you go all the way to the ground floor where you're waiting in line. And then you got to go all the way back up through all the traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not as much of the accoutrements of being able to, do all of the things that you can everywhere else.
Yeah.
I just think it's a better way of doing it.
Couple responses. Max says consolidating the students to create a more ruckus atmosphere should be priority number one for any stadium changes. Right up in front, put right up in front in South Stadium. But then Josh says, why would the university lower ticket prices when 10 games in those seats in South are full at $80 a ticket? This isn't about filling it up. This is about offering maybe an olive branch for that part of the stadium.
All right. When we come back, Coach Ed Servais is going to join us. Big announcement today regarding his future and the future of Creighton baseball. Look forward to talking with Coach Servais. It'll be a very short turnaround right here on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
The big Board of Regents meeting about alcohol at Haymarket Park. Regent Kathy Wilmot does not agree with the phrasing of it enhancing the experience for fans. She wants to point out that it's only enhancing the experience for adult fans. She wants the regents to think of the families who attend these events.
I want that regent to shut the hell up. Sometimes Papa needs a beer, am I right?
I just can't get fired up about this.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy, a little warm and humid this evening with the temperatures in the lower 80s. Then showers and thunderstorms developing later on this evening and overnight tonight. A flood watch in effect, lows in the mid-60s, heavy rainfall. Severe storms are possible on Tuesday with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a crash on the southbound 680 blocking the center lane at Pacific is causing delays all the way back to about Maple Street. We've also got a wreck on southbound 480 at Martha Street. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back to the North Freeway. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 42nd to 72nd. Delays on Dodge for both directions between 90th and 72nd, and on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
Holy cow. I nailed it just the wrong time.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Well, unfortunately for the Blue Jays, their baseball season came to a premature end of the last weekend, despite the fact that they won 35 games and it had an undefeated record in midweeks, won the state championship by beating both Nebraska and Omaha, didn't lose a single game in 6 tries against either of them, but yet didn't quite make it to the Big East tournament. Well, today it was announced that Ed Servais next year will coach his 22nd and final season with the Blue Jays, and they will be announcing an associate head coach who will join the staff next year and then be the head coach in waiting for 2026. And the head coach of the Jays, still your head coach of the Jays, Ed Servais, joins us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Coach, thanks for coming on.
You bet, John. Good talking to you.
Well, I know this had to be a difficult decision for you. At what point did you start weighing the timeline of how you wanted things to work?
Well, probably, maybe even a year ago. I want to make sure I can maintain my health. I want to make sure that I can give the players what they need. And I didn't want someone to have to tell me that, hey, you're lacking a little bit in this area or this area, and you're not quite the same as you were, 5 years ago or whatever. So I didn't want anybody to have to tell me that. I wanted to feel that. I still believe I can give the players what they need as far as teaching and instruction and development and those kind of things. But I started to consider it and saying, okay, when is the right time and how should this be done? And I had a great meeting with Marcus on Saturday. We talked about the vision. We talked about what we want to see in Creighton baseball. And then, that I was going to retire. And it was a mutual agreement that this would be our last year. And then it was his decision that we would go ahead and hire an associate head coach. And that would be the coach in waiting. And I'm in full agreement with that. I think that's how the process should work. And I'm so happy that he's on board with that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that, Coach. The idea of coming back for one more year instead of, having your final game over this past weekend and being able to hand it off to somebody. How important was that ultimately in making the decision for this moment in time?
Well, I really want to enjoy one more year. We were blessed this year. I know we fell short in a couple areas, but this was a special team. This was a close group of guys. It was easy to go to practice with them every day, easy to travel with them, very easy to enjoy them. And we return a lot of players, so I think we'll have the same kind of situation next year. And I thought I can give them what they need one more year, and I wanted to enjoy it and know that, hey, when we go to Seton Hall next year, that obviously that'll be the last time I'm at Seton Hall. And when I go to this place next year, that'll be the last time I'm at this particular place. And then when we get toward the end, a lot of that stuff will kind of sink in. But I think this is the right way. I don't know if there's ever a perfect way to do this, but I think this is the closest to perfect way of doing it.
When you joined and, became head coach in 2004, you were on the staff just prior to that. Did you ever imagine that roughly 25 years later, you would still be at Creighton?
No. And when Jack Down brought me over, 27 years ago, I thought I would stay for 2 or 3 years and then get another job somewhere else because I wanted to be a head coach again. I had been a head coach already at a lower level, but I had been a head coach, and I thought, okay, I'll go work at Creighton for a couple, 2 or 3 years and build up a resume again and then become a head coach at another institution. Never, ever, ever did I think I would become the head coach at Creighton. And never, ever did I think I would be there for 28 years. And that's what it's going to end up being. I enjoy Omaha. My family enjoys Omaha. I'm so glad that we stayed. I enjoy the mission of Creighton University, which is not just devoted toward the winning component, but the academic component as well, too. And I believe they both have to go hand in hand. So I think I found my niche. A lot of folks go through work and they don't find a passion for what they're doing. I was lucky enough. I found my passion in coaching baseball. I was lucky enough to find it here at Creighton University.
Coach, I wanted to ask you just about Creighton as a whole, because I've talked with many folks, whether it's coaches, whether it's behind the scenes people, whatever, about family and the idea of that with this university. What is it about this place that has been so special for so many, including yourself, for such a long amount of time, where it feels that way, where it feels like family to that degree?
Well, it's different. There's no doubt. And I think the smallness of the university certainly helps. We know each other. We care. We all kind of have the same mission, and that includes the faculty that work here, the staff that work here, not only the coaches, but our mission is to help the students. We want our students to be successful. And I feel that in every walk on campus. And I think that's special. So we're all pulling in the same direction, which is very important. And I think the city of Omaha has something to do with it too. Not only Creighton University, but the city is a very attractive to, like in my case, myself, because I had a young family when I moved here, and I wanted my family to have an experience in a city like this, and we found it. So there's a lot of things that go into it. And obviously we've been blessed to have 2 athletic directors that allow us to coach the way we want to coach. They're not micromanaging us. And I think we as coaches appreciate that.
Ed Servais joining us. He announced today that next season, 2025, will be his last at the helm of the Blue Jays. An associate head coach will be hired during the offseason, a coach in waiting who will serve on the staff next year and then take over as Ed took over for Jack Dahm after the 2003 season many years ago. This year was just so different. I talked about, the accolades of not losing a midweek game, sweeping your in-state rivals, but then the weekends, it went so differently. Have you yet been able to put your finger on why the biggest differences were between midweek and weekend success this year?
No. I wish I would have been able to figure it out when we were going through it. Because, we played some excellent baseball in midweek, against Coastal Carolina. I'll never forget that series. And, our Nebraska games and so on, that the players were so competitive and so in tune to the game and so engaged in the game. And sometimes on weekends, we just were missing that. Usually it's the opposite. Usually a coach is very worried about midweek games because a lot of times your athletes are tired and they're coming from class to play a night game or whatever. And usually on the weekends, you see a little bit more of that freedom because, Saturday and Sunday, they're not in class and, they're more rested. They're more eager to play. It was just the opposite for us. It was the most different kind of season I've ever experienced because the players were so fun to work with. I felt for them as we went through that spell where we didn't play well. They were hurting. They were really hurting, and I felt for them. And as a coach, you want to help, and I don't know if we were able to do that. I'm thankful that we finished with some wins, so the players felt good toward the end of the season. But I'm sure today they're still kind of hurting a little bit and realizing that, many conference tournaments are starting as early as tomorrow, and we're not going to be a part of it.
Coach, you just said it was a different kind of season than one you've ever been a part of. Obviously, then next year will be too for an entirely different reason. I wonder, as you have had this on your mind and you make the decision that you do, how much you have thought about what that is going to be like, just the emotions of it all, but also trying to take in the day-to-day, maybe in a different way, but also in the same ways that you always have, just so it doesn't, affect the play on the field.
Well, I'm sure it's going to take, I'm sure that the feel of the day is going to be much different next year. Every practice, every game, so on and so forth. My biggest job is going to be so it doesn't affect the players. I want the attention to be on the players. I'm not looking for any fanfare. I'm not looking for any ceremonial last game stuff. I'm not looking for any of that stuff. I want the players to have a good season. I want the focus to be on the players. So I'm going to have a job on my hands to make sure I deflect that and it goes on to the players. They deserve it. It's their time. I've had a bunch of years doing this. I've been lucky enough to do it at a great place. I've been healthy enough to do it. But I'm going to do my darndest to make sure that we don't talk a lot about, this is his last time he's playing this school. This is the last time he plays these guys. And then we're going to put the attention on the players where it belongs. And that'll probably be my biggest challenge as we work through the spring.
Ed, as you know, this day and age in college sports, it's hard to keep players around. Do you think this announcement coming when it did, how kind of everything's going to be mapped out, will that make your job easier in terms of keeping as much of your current roster that you believe you're going to have intact?
I'm not sure, John. I'm looking forward to trying to get together with as many players who are in the area tomorrow. Marcus is going to Zoom call with them tomorrow. And I'll probably have a better understanding tomorrow where they're at. They're probably confused today. They're probably a little anxious. And that's right. There's no wrong in feeling that way. But I definitely want those guys to be a part of our season next year. They're a very close group. So I'm hopeful that we can, retain all of them, if not most of them, for next year. But it's a different world we live in right now. So I'm not sure how this whole thing's going to work out. But I know myself and the administration is going to do everything to make sure that the players have as much information as to the course of what, Marcus wants for the vision of our program. And I know he'll do a great job in communicating that tomorrow when he meets with them.
Coach Ed Servais joining us, announcing today that next year will be his final season as the head coach of the Blue Jays. As far as the process of picking that associate head coach / coach in waiting, how much of a say will you have? Do you want to have in that process?
I'll have input, but Marcus will make the final decision. So I'm sure there's going to be some candidates that they may ask, hey, do you know this guy? Do you know his background? Do you know much about him? And so on. But I probably won't have as much, and that's okay. Marcus knows how to hire people. He'll do a great job. He'll have his search firm, his committee that he works with. It'll help make the decision for him. I'll have some input. I don't know how much. I'm okay with either case because this is Marcus' his decision. So I just want somebody, and I know Marcus wants somebody too that's compatible with me, that we can work together. That my goal is to, every university, every institution has a certain way of doing things. And I think Creighton has a certain way of doing things, and hopefully this new person, I can help him understand that way, so that when I leave, he can take it off and run with it. That's my goal, and I'm confident that we will achieve that.
What are your emotions like right now, Coach?
It's hard, John. It's hard. It's tough, but it's I've been so fortunate. I look back I got calls today from some of the guys, and some of the former players, and when these kind of things happen, one of the good things is you hear from your former players, so it gives you a chance to get caught up with them a little bit, and it's so cool to talk to these guys because they're so successful and they're so appreciative of their time here at Creighton. So it makes you feel good about what you're trying to do. But yeah, these aren't easy days. I know some people look forward to retirement and they're jacked up about it and they're excited about it. And I'm excited because I'll spend more time with my family and my grandkids, who I don't see much in the spring. But it's not going to be all that easy. When you've been doing something as long as I have, you don't just walk away the next day and say, hey, this is great. It's going to take some time, but that's okay. It'll be a good year in 2025, and then we'll be the biggest cheerleader for Creighton baseball for as long as I'm around.
I can't imagine you not having something to do with baseball in your life. I have to assume.
I'd like to work, I'd like to work with young people, John.
Yeah.
I'd like to help, 8, 9, 10-year-olds. I'm passionate about young people and learning how to execute the game the proper way. So whether I do something with young people to, help them in their development, maybe it's something that we decide to do, but we got time to figure that out.
I'm not going to ask for much because I probably don't deserve it, but can I make one request?
Sure.
Can we take one more bus trip to a Valley location? Can we? I don't know how much of the schedule next year is set, but can we go to Wichita one more time and grab the bus and, stop at the truck stop and, everyone eats and then you're sitting up front and you're drinking your Coke and that's all you're doing? Can we just take one more bus trip?
Well, we could go to Wichita and get a hamburger at Spangles.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
That's the place at Wichita. Well, the schedule is not totally complete, so there's always a chance, John. So if you want to get on a bus for a 9-hour trip to Carbondale, maybe we can work it out. But, we do miss those trips. Those trips were so interesting because
yes, they were.
I think it forced the players to really get comfortable with each other, and of course, they weren't too much fun when we lost coming back on a 9-hour trip. If you lost the Sunday game, but they were. Yeah, those were some interesting times, some different times, and some good times.
I'll take any bus trip to any Valley location except Evansville. I got problems with that.
Yeah, especially on that rain delay that day, John. You were a little anxious. You wanted to get, and then we were going to stay there until that game was complete because we needed that game.
Oh, I know.
We didn't care how late that game went.
We pulled into Omaha at like 3:30. I got back to Lincoln at 5 and was on the air at 5:30.
Gross.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was one heck of a trip.
Yeah, that was a good ending to that game.
Yes, it was. We needed that win.
Yes, we did.
So here's what the deal was. So we blew a lead, went into extra innings, scored 4, I think it was, in the top of the 10th. And then all hell broke loose. The rain hit. And of course, in baseball, if you don't finish the inning, the game goes back to the last completed inning. It would have been a tie. And we were like, no, we're staying here. We're going to finish this game. And the Evansville people had no interest in finishing this game.
No, not at all. Not at all. And to this day, Wes Carroll probably doesn't appreciate it too much. He's the head coach at Evansville, but they had no interest in finishing. I said, no, we got a bus, guys. We're not on any time schedule here. We can stay as long as we can. Actually, Carson Vitale got the extra base hit with the bases loaded that day.
That's right.
And Carson, he's a bench coach for my nephew Scott in Seattle right now. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, that game will be one of the games that you don't forget because of the importance of it, and then this 2-hour rain delay. And then I remember we ran Brandon Koenigstein out there to pitch, and Ozzie said, just throw fastballs down the middle because we got to get out of here. And I think they actually scored a run or two off them, but we finally won the game, got on the bus, and got back to Omaha.
Was that the same weekend you got kicked out of the game before?
You know what? It could have been. Remember when I was down the corner?
Well, yeah. David and I are sitting in the broadcast booth, and you're gone. And we're like, I wonder where Coach went. Probably on the bus. And all of a sudden, I see this lone guy walking out beyond the chain link fence along the highway. And it's like, wait a minute, that's Ed.
Yeah, we were back in those days. They didn't walk you off the field. They trusted that you would disappear. Well, I disappeared, okay, but I still saw the game. I wasn't too good in the bus when we played. And then I we used to have Tim as the bus driver. Hey, Tim, put the radio on so at least can hear the game. Because a lot of times games back in those days were, most teams would broadcast their games. So Tim, the bus driver, would find a station and we'd listen to it in the bus.
Well, Coach, I'm glad you're going to be back next season. We'll save the emotion and the tears for later, but I'm looking forward to next year. Let's get to work so that we have a good long season so that your retirement can happen at Charles Schwab Field in June.
That would be special.
Yes,
and
it would.
It'll be special. It'll be a special season, no doubt about it. So I just want to thank you guys for all the support that you've given us for all these years, and thank Creighton University for the opportunity to do this. So it's been a blast, and we're gonna enjoy the next year doing this. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ed.
You bet. Bye now.
That is Ed Servais, retiring after next season. Yeah, that whole series was just nuts because I was walking back up the bleachers. So the rain stops, and the players who were in charge of the ground crew work were half-heartedly finishing up re-chalking the lines. And I walked back up the bleachers of the broadcast booth, and I happened to look back down the first base line, and it looked like a snake. The chalk line was like a snake. And I looked back and I said something to the effect of, "You've got to be kidding me." And one of the Evansville parents who stuck it out was sitting there as I was walking back in the streets, and she goes, "Why don't you go and help him?" And I said, "Because I'm the broadcaster." And I walked off.
I thought you were going to say, then I went down there and helped him.
No. Well, it was already done. I mean, it was. Anyway. All right, we got content coming up.
We do. What do we have in content today?
We got a lot of NBA in the content today.
Yeah, we haven't talked much NBA today. Don't you stop it, Nick.
I'm the one who wrote it.
That's true, exactly.
We got a lot of content
about the T-Wolves, man. The T-Wolves. How about that game last night? John was even watching.
Nobody's calling them the low T-Wolves.
No, they're not.
No. Also, NASCAR all-star races and fights.
Oh yeah,
they go hand in hand. Handshake meme.
Yeah, isn't this like a Pro Bowl? Supposed to be like a fight at the Pro Bowl?
Yes.
God, NASCAR's so dumb.
No, it's the best.
Okay,
it's
interesting.
the best, Jerry.
It's now you like this all-star game, but not other all-star games.
I mean, they're getting in fights.
They are getting in fights.
So it means
I mean,
something,
look,
right?
you're driving, and you can get in an accident no matter what speed you're going. Guess it makes sense.
You know what else means something?
What?
Those of you who have given with that little check mark on your hunting, driving, or fishing license saying, "Yes, I am a registered organ and tissue donor." Do you know that registered donors can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and help hundreds others through tissue donation? Yeah, the organs like hearts, lung, liver, kidneys, and such, those go to life-saving transplants, but tissue donation, such as bone grafts that can help replace damaged bones due to traumatic injuries or cancer, or skin grafts that can save burn victims, or corneas that can restore sight, or tendons that can help with sports injuries, such as ACL tears. All of those things are possible if you are a registered donor, and anyone can be a donor. That's right. Anyone can register. All you have to do is check that box next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license, or Visit goodguysavelives.com. Donation is free. Traditional funeral practices are possible following a donation. So find out more about how you can save up to 8 lives by being an organ and tissue donor by visiting goodguysavelives.com.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed media download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
When it comes to protecting your home, Jay Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. Have you noticed stains on your ceiling this winter? With storm season around the corner and the damage it can bring, let Jay Stennett Contracting ensure that your roof is durable and holds up against the weather this spring and summer. When you need an honest assessment, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
Mexitli Restaurant by Chef Alberto Cardenas offers you an authentic Mexican cuisine experience with the traditional flavors of your favorite Mexican dishes with an innovative touch. At Mexitli Restaurant, they offer you the experience of tasting Mexico in every bite. The best tacos, birria, quesadillas, and more. Visit them at Mexitli Restaurant in downtown Omaha at 16th and Harney, and look them up on Facebook at Mexitli Restaurant or call 531-772-0550 to order. Are Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Nominations for the Step Forward Awards are now open. These awards are the state's most prestigious awards for volunteerism, and we need your help to find outstanding volunteers from your region of the state. If you know a volunteer who deserves to be honored for their service, visit serve.nebraska.gov and click Nominate Now. Made possible by sponsors like Omaha Public Power District. Nominations must be submitted by June 1st. Paid for by Serve Nebraska, aired by the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hey, Josh, you join the email club?
What?
The email club.
Tell me more.
That was just my hand.
You know how quick John
very-
said that?
Yeah.
That's how fast it is to join 1620.
Yeah, all you got to do is click that button, put in your email at 1620thezone.com, and you get 1620 the emails.
John said it really fast because he does everything really fast.
Is that true, John? They call you
No.
fastest in the West,
No.
John?
I'm only fast where it matters, but I'm slow where it matters.
Nice. Good job. Yeah, go subscribe today at 1620thezone.com.
Subscribe today
to 1620 the email.
Oh,
Yesterday's ESPN, our crappy little NBA pregame show, which they should change the name of. It doesn't really roll off the tongue.
It's a bit long,
but it's very descriptive.
It was nothing but a self-gratifying exercise geared toward New York Knicks fans, Bing Bong, through its biggest celebrity fan, Stephen A. Smith. What exactly is the point of ESPN? What are they trying to do?
Take umbrage real quick before you answer, John. Spike Lee is their biggest celebrity fan, not Stephen A. All right.
Who cares? In the words of New Yorkers, who cares? You losers. No. It was a very odd tact. Not surprising, though. You realize that ESPN has now missed out. They could have had the ultimate. They could have had New York and Boston in both the hockey and the NBA semi-conference finals.
And they would have had the games.
And they got nothing. You get nothing.
Whoa, you're calling the Pacers nothing?
No. They did nothing in terms of Boston and New York.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, you get to have Indiana.
Oh.
America's new team. Go Pacers.
Ugh.
I want a Pacers T-Wolves final.
Oh.
What do you mean, oh?
I guess that'd be fine because, Boston would choke. So I guess I don't hate that idea totally.
But yeah, ESPN was definitely leaning in on the whole New York Knicks Stephen A. bit yesterday. They're so desperate to try to have anything that's entertaining in their pregame.
It is so funny when you watch their pregame show or their halftime show versus what they do on Turner and just how it's so self-serious. That's actually the stuff that I find more offensive than I thought showing Stephen A. walking in I thought was actually kind of funny. But just how serious they take themselves during halftime and how they go to Stephen A. and he just looks so serious about everything. Meanwhile, on TNT, they're goofing around and Kenny's running around and they're calling Shaq fat or Charles bald.
And yet they're still able to go to the big screen and break down a play in the game and talk about the game.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a perfect balance. And yet the NBA just wants to get rid of it.
Stephen A. does like to call people fat. He loves to body shame people.
Look, to be fair, what's his name does need to lose a few pounds.
The NBA conference finals are set. How long are these series going?
I think Boston will win in 5 because that's what they do. They'll win game. They'll win game 1.
Disrespecting the Pacers again.
No.
Big city Josh here.
Hey, I picked the Pacers to win and cover on Friday. Where were you at, John? You picked the Knicks to cover. Tough look. Big market John at it again. Yeah, you did. You said that's too many points. And Nick said, I agree. It's too many points. And then I was right.
You
Boston,
nailed me.
Boston in 5. They'll win game 1, lose game 2, and then they'll win the rest of them. Give me Timberwolves in 6. They close out on Dallas's home floor.
I think both go 6.
Yeah? You going to go with your Pacers? With your Pacers?
No,
Midwestern
sadly.
John?
Sadly, it'll be Boston.
Midwestern John.
I am Midwestern and proud of it. This is where the food is. We grow the food.
Hey, go.
That should be our. That should.
We grow the food.
Anytime you enter the Midwest, that should be the sign. The Midwest. Welcome to the Midwest. We grow the food
and the fuel.
Are you going with the T-Wolves?
Yeah.
Nice.
In this question, we will not explore whether Anthony Edwards is the new face of the NBA. That's what they do on the Chit Chat shows. But instead, we'll discuss Mike Greenberg saying, face of the NBA is one of those things like the Supreme Court definition of pornography. You just know it when you see it. You like using this metaphor?
Sure. I get it. Though, I guess I shouldn't say, because you already said this is not the question we're going to explore. Can we pump the brakes just a little bit on the face of the NBA conversation? He's really good and he's having a great playoffs. But I think you need to do this longer than just one postseason before we can call you the face of something. That's just my opinion. But yes, as far as the use of the metaphor, I get what he's saying. So I guess it was okay.
Damn it, I hate to agree with you on this, but I agree with you wholeheartedly on both parts of your answer.
Yeah.
No, I would say, you know what?
What?
In place, here's the peace offering.
Pornography?
No, the peace offering to Anthony Edwards and all of his hive.
Yeah, the A hive, the ant hive.
If we could take Carl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards and send them out on tour after this is done, because
my
they're a pretty
gosh.
good comedy act.
Dude,
their post-game press conferences are pretty good stuff.
That one last night was hysterical. It was one of the last things I saw before I went to bed, and I was like, wow, this is great. I'm laughing now as I go to sleep. I'm with you wholeheartedly, man. Like, I think he is awesome, and I think he will be the face of the NBA. And some of this goes back to that topic we had a little bit ago about Americans want to watch Americans and root for Americans.
Mhm.
Well, he checks that box, not to
Mhm.
mention the way that he plays. He was also 6 of 24 last night. He did not have his best game. He's also hurt his back in game 6, so I'm not going to say he's a failure or something like that. But yeah, like let's let this thing marinate just a little bit longer. Let's see what happens. But yeah, the metaphor is great because I do think it is kind of one of those, when the torch is passed. We'll know it when the torch is fully passed. And look, maybe it'll be passed at the end of the season in a month.
Yeah, I mean, he's still 2 rounds from winning the whole thing.
Bingo. He's not even in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
I think he will be, but you got to make the NBA Finals, I think, before you can even be in that discussion of facing the league.
Yeah, wait.
According to Dan, Don't Call Me Woke Woike, multiple NBA executives told the LA Times their teams have discussed drafting Bronny James in the first round in an effort to lure his father to their team in free agency. Will it work, and do we buy this?
Definitely buy this. A lot of people thought that it was going to be the second round. I think he's going to get picked in the first round, John. Will it work? It depends. I don't think he will be on the Lakers anymore. He apparently is not really participating in their coaching search or not really giving them advice. He's saying, do whatever the hell you want to do. Will it work? It depends on which franchise it is that drafts him.
You know what? Well, okay. Will it work in terms of will you get Braun as part, Braun as part of the
that's
package?
The question.
Yes.
Oh, no matter what.
Will it work in terms of will it actually accomplish something? Highly unlikely.
No, they'll sell out their games.
Yeah, but will they? But let's say he go. What was the worst franchise this year? What was the
Worst
team?
franchise.
The worst team this
Was
year.
it the Spurs? Maybe it wasn't the Spurs.
Pistons?
Yeah. Let's say the Detroit.
You think that's going to be enough to make up the difference and make
It's
them
Hockey
better?
Town. Detroit's Hockey Town. It says it on the rink. Hockey Town, Nick.
That would
Is
be
that what that says?
It says Hockey Town.
literally if a franchise does that, all they're doing it for is to sell tickets. They're not doing it because they want to build a winner.
Yeah, 100%.
And I hate saying that because I still think LeBron's got gas in the tank.
But it's true.
But when you waste a first round pick to bring on somebody whose only thing in common with LeBron is that they're blood and he's a basketball player and that's where the similarities end. I don't know.
What if it was Cleveland? Can you imagine? Finishes his career. Son was probably born there, right?
God.
They go back.
What's the minimum on a first year contract?
No idea.
Like the years? Don't you have to?
In the first round, it's 4, I think.
That means.
Wait.
Last night in the NASCAR All-Star race, Kyle Busch took out Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the track. Stenhouse promised he'd be waiting for Busch after the race.
Oh, boy.
He was. They argued. Stenhouse landed a shot at Busch's face. Some famous brawls have happened at NASCAR's All-Star race. Should this be the All-Star event that we prop up over all the rest?
Absolutely, because it's obvious they care. It's obvious they give a damn.
What was he triggered about?
Well, so early in the race, Kyle Busch put him in the fence.
Which is not where you want to be.
Yeah, and wrecked him out of the race.
It means you can't race anymore.
So after, in the interview after his wreck, he
It's like if
came
you
out
get
and
a
said,
pedal
I'm
in
going to
your
be waiting for Kyle Busch. And in the picture we're showing right now, this is a screenshot from a video.
Yeah, why don't we have the video? Are there too many curse words?
No, there's no curse words, but literally as Kyle Busch is walking back to his hauler, standing there in a gym shorts and a t-shirt and just leaning up against the hauler, just nonchalantly, hum, is Ricky Stenhouse just waiting to punch him in the face.
Seems like this is all a ruse. What do you call that in wrestling? A work or a
You're saying this is a work?
Yeah. See,
This isn't a work. He actually punched him in the
If this
face.
happened in any other sport, John, you love stupid conspiracy theories. You think Travis Kelce
You're
and
the one that
Taylor
likes
Swift are
stupid
fake.
conspiracy
You
theories.
love that crap. You love it
What do
when you can say that's not even real.
That's you.
That's not even real.
That's you.
Again,
You're
if
Mr. Conspiracy Theory. I think
If this
I think-
happened with
I
Taylor
think
Swift,
Oswald
what would
acted
John be
alone,
saying?
and there definitely was
He'd
not
probably call her a
drunk
twit
motorcycle
for
cop.
some reason.
You throw the word kayfabe in there somewhere.
Yes, exactly.
Well, but that is.
Oh, interesting. It's kayfabe when it's other sports, but when it's NASCAR, it's on the
That
level.
that's the one conspiracy theory I buy.
Interesting.
You, meanwhile, buy all of them.
I buy no conspiracy theories.
So
I just ask questions.
You put conspiracy theory in air quotes, implying that you don't believe in the conspiracy
Oh,
theory.
interesting. Yeah.
So you do think that they're together?
Oh, nice. Love. True love.
John Bishop.
Well,
here
no,
for
I'm
love.
saying conspiracy theory because it's not a conspiracy. It's fact.
Oh.
It's a kayfabe romance only meant to gin up.
See,
more
and then you did
sales
it
for
again.
the
You
record.
did kayfabe romance, but in air quotes.
Yeah, I think you're doing it wrong. It's
No,
like
no,
when
I did. No, I
It's
did.
like when our old boss
no.
sent us emails and he'd
I
say, I would
said-
like to thank you. It's like, am I being thanked? I can't tell.
No, conspiracy.
Hmm.
Because it's true.
Oh,
Hmm.
interesting.
It's actually a fake romance.
Hmm.
By the way, Chiefs camp. Did you see today who has been invited to and who is going to participate at mini camp
for the Chiefs?
Mm-hmm.
Do I want to know?
Rashee Rice.
What? They're not getting rid of him?
Oh,
Chiefs.
Shefty Schefter reported it this morning.
Well,
that
I mean-
he's going to be there. He will be participating.
Probably shouldn't say what I was about to say about Andy Reid's child, so I won't.
Oh,
they kind of just let you do whatever you want there, I think, these days. You can kind of do whatever you want.
It's a very troubled franchise.
Yeah, it kind of is. Oh, their fans are going to be something.
You know what else is going to be something?
What?
What's for dinner?
Oh!
1620 zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
My taco pie is really something special, and it can't be imitated. It starts with my zesty taco sauce, seasoned beef, onions, lettuce, tomatoes, mounds of cheddar, and mozzarella cheese. This pie is the real deal. For a limited time, build your own feast with the specialty pizza, like my taco pie, a one-topping pizza, and cinnamon monkey bread. Do yourself a favor and order. Today, Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
The backseat. Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a Samsung Galaxy A14 included with the activation of a Silver Unlimited plan. So you can give your janky phone to your kid.
Switch to Straight Talk. Find us at Walmart and straighttalk.com. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com. Requires in-store activation. Device offer ends 6/9/24. Taxes and fees apply.
I'm Ryan Osted. Golf is great because it can be whatever you want it to be. If you want to go out and have a competitive 18 holes, you can make it that. If you want to go out and have a scramble and just have the time of your life, if you want to have a charity golf tournament to raise money for some great cause, you can make it that. It is flexible to be whatever you need it to be at that particular moment in your life. And I've needed golf to be different things at different points in my life. And I'm certainly thankful that I was able to learn the game as a kid and continue to play it now as an adult.
Play better, have fun, and shop Osted's.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't working at its best?
Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil fiber powders help promote your daily digestive health using a plant-based fiber called psyllium. The gelling action of this special fiber traps and removes waste, so you can feel lighter and more energetic. Metamucil, promoting digestive health for a better you. Learn more at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Why are you asking about my poll?
On 1620, the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass. I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I'm going to be distracted. I'm going to be watching this video all night. The Facebook memories came up of little Gio and baby Wrigley playing in the backyard and how annoyed Gio used to get with her. Oh, my God, it was funny. Last night, we beat the rainstorm and grilled chicken wings. And there are some left over that I'm going to have tonight.
Nice. We are doing waffles tonight. I might have said that at some point last week. We ended up not
is Gus
doing
Johnson coming over and going, waffles?
I hope not. I would rather him not be at my apartment. But we are doing waffles tonight. I'm very excited.
I'm on my own tonight for dinner, which means rice.
Why are you on your own?
I was busy.
Easy.
The girlfriend, not me. That's
Interesting.
why I'm eating rice.
Interesting.
Rice boy.
Rice boy, he says.
It's nice. It's like I go
Have
back
you ever
to
thought about rice pudding? Rice pudding's very good.
I know, like tapioca?
No, rice pudding.
Is tapioca not rice pudding?
No.
I have so many questions.
Tapioca is different from rice.
I have so many questions about the way that Nick operates in his life, that he has to have these rice dinners because he's always saying like he can't afford anything. Meanwhile, one of our coworkers sent a picture of Nick's desk last week, and it had this video game or something that was certainly...
It was a board game.
Dozens of dollars.
It was a board game, and it was on sale.
How much was it?
$70. It was on sale.
Do you know how much ramen you can buy for $70?
You know how much regular food you could buy for $70?
It's
Cereal?
also a birthday gift to myself. I used
Bread?
it with birthday money.
Birthday money.
I don't want to spend birthday money on responsible things. It sucks.
Interesting.
Well, you could have treated yourself to a real meal instead of rice.
Yeah, you could go out to have a nice steak dinner.
Yeah, but I can enjoy this board game forever. I can only enjoy a nice steak dinner for, what, an hour?
Wow. I guess so.
Well, but then the enjoyment extends because you're satisfied afterwards and you're full.
The trip to the toilet.
And then, yes.
You get to remember, that was the steak. That was the ribeye.
I do like going down memory lane in the bathroom.
That's what John's doing right now. John's going Facebook memories. A toilet is basically a memory of dinner.
Oh, what if they invented a toilet where whenever things dropped, there was a screen that told you exactly what it was?
That would be awesome. I would love this new toilet.
Thank you, toilet.
Oh, look at that chicken wings.
We're going to call it the TMI toilet.
Oh, that'd be great.
Too much information.
Can you imagine what the toilet would look like after the Tom Becca incident? What did he eat that decided to come out like that?
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, Husker expert Mike Farron.
Mike Farron?
Will Brunsey be able to join us? It's baseball tomorrow. Nebraska will be playing.
Gotta ask him.
And Sip.
Bye.